And the first thing we need to do today, before we get really started, we need to take a few minutes and talk to you guys. Now that we're right at halfway there, we need to take a few minutes and talk to you about the application process, the process for applying for your state license, scheduling your license. So please, everybody, this conversation is about your state exam, okay? Not about my end of class exam. I promise when I'm done with the state exam, I will open it up for the end of class exam, but let's just focus on this state exam first. So first off, everybody's good. There's two tests that stand between you and your license. Everybody's clear on that. You got to pass my end of class exam, and then you got to pass the state exam. Some of you may be ready to, good morning. Some of you may be ready to start your application. So either way, if you're ready or if you're not, we still just need to have this little conversation so you know what to do when you are ready if you're not ready now. I'm in Learn, Test, Pass under the 50% exam material. And there's a category called how to apply for your North Carolina real estate license. And then under that, I put the RELINC book. You know, we'll make an acronym out of anything that we can in this industry. So the RELINC book is the real estate licensing in North Carolina. This is the book that comes from the Real Estate Commission that all new licensees, all new applicants follow. So this is your guide across the state. Once you finish my end of class exam, you leave the hands of Carolina School of Real Estate and you go into the hands of the North Carolina Real Estate Commission. Okay, so one way they do to help statewide applicants with this process is they provide us with this book. And what I've done is gone through and highlight the more relevant information. I think it's a good book with a lot of good information, but there's a lot of information in here. So I went through and tried to highlight what I think you guys will need to know. So we're gonna scroll ahead. You can look at the table of contents and all this stuff. And the first thing I need to point out, the first thing we need to talk about is the process for your application is in fact a process. And the process has to go in an order. You do step one, you do step two, you do step three. You cannot skip around. Okay, so use this as your guide to find out where you are in the process. Right now, all of you are in the throes of step one. Step one is finish this class, pass the end of class exam. Once you finish this class, once you pass the end of class exam, then you submit your application for the Real Estate Commission. We'll look at the application process in just a second. I'll show you where you can get that started. The commission receives your application, they review it. If they have any questions, if they need any more information, they'll reach out to you. And upon approval from the Real Estate Commission, they are going to send you a notice of exam eligibility. Once you get the notice of exam eligibility is when you contact the PSI testing center, to schedule your exam. Exams can be in person, they can be online. I'll talk more about that in just a second, show you where you can find that information. Is everybody good with me so far? Finish this class, submit your application, wait for your notice of exam eligibility, and then contact the testing center. And there will be instructions on who to contact and when. If you pass, you get your real estate license. You get your real estate license later in the mail from the Real Estate Commission. If you don't pass, you have the opportunity to retake. Your state exam is broken down into two sections. There's a national section and there's a state section. So let's say you go to PSI Testing Center, you fail one section and pass another section. Let's say you fail the national and pass the state, for example. You only have to retake what you failed. So if you fail the national and pass the state, you don't have to retake the state. You just got to go back and take the national. If you fail both, obviously you got to take both sections again. What you guys need to understand is every single time you test with PSI Testing Center, it's $156. Every single time you walk in the door, whether you're doing one section or both sections, it's $156. I say this to help your wallet. Don't go until you're ready. Don't go until you feel confident. Don't go until you're, feeling good. $156 every time you walk in the door. So make sure you're good when you submit that application. Your application is good for 6 months. So let's back up just 1 second. When you pass the end of class exam, when you pass my end of class exam, Lane will send you a certificate of completion. That certificate of completion is good for 3 years. You have 3 years to pass a state exam from when you leave my class. I'm begging you not to wait 3 years. A lot can change. And if you put your book down for 2 years, I promise you forgot everything that we've talked about. So some may want to go sooner rather than later. I'm telling you, don't wait 3 years. That's a long time. So your certificate of completion is good for 3 years. You submit your application to the Real Estate Commission, and the application is good for 6 months. Okay, certificate of completion good for 3 years, application good for 6 months. If you don't pass both sections within 6 months, then you have to resubmit your application. So you can resubmit your application as many times as you want to within that 3 years. Questions just on that time frame. You have 3 years. Each application is good for 6 months. Again, I wouldn't submit that application until you're ready, because once you submit that application, that 6 months clock starts ticking. Again, where you start your application, the Real Estate Commission's website. I'll show you that in just a second. This is a good section. They're going to need to gather information from you. So this can kind of tell you what all they're going to, so you can start getting together. I know, for example, they need like addresses for the last 7 years. So if you've moved around in the last 7 years, you're going to want to gather that information. Instructions, what they're looking for, your legal name, if you're a junior, senior, third, etc., how they want you to address that. That's all in here. Part of your application. I'm sorry.
You said, addresses for the past 7 years. Okay, thank you.
As a part of your application, you will have to submit a background check, a criminal report. Now, don't get excited if you have a blemish on your record. It doesn't mean you're not going to get a real estate license. They're going to review it. Every single applicant is a case-by-case scenario. So they review every single one. This is the only company that they will accept a background check from. And your background check is also good for 6 months. So again, I caution you from ordering it now, because you're at least a month away before you can submit your application. So you may want to wait until closer. If you're ready to go, you may want to wait until closer to the end of February to submit that background check. It's within your application process on the Real Estate Commission's website. So it's not like you have to go to a separate place. They'll provide you with a link to click on here to order your background check. If you've lived in only North Carolina for the past 7 years, I want to say, please don't hold me to this. I want to say the cost for the background check is $30 and it should be back in like a week. Please do not hold me to that. If you've lived in other states or other countries in the last 7 years, your fee and your time will go up. And now I can't tell you how much and how long, because every state is different. So just keep that in the back of your mind. If you've lived in multiple states in the last 7 years, you're going to have to pay more money and take more time. I mean, they even call out specifically New York. New York is notorious for being expensive and taking their time. So if New York is in your past 7 years, you may want to order this sooner rather than later. Your background check goes back 7 years. So it's going to look for your criminal record for the last 7 years. I have learned from previous students, somewhere in your application, they ask you about all offenses. I have learned from previous students to go ahead and fess up, even if it's older than 7 years. I had a girl last summer whose application had to be re-reviewed because they found a traffic ticket from 1997. Now, she got a real estate license, but it took her more time because they had to go back and flag it and approve it or something. So background check goes back 7 years. I'm telling you, when it gets to your application, if it says, have you ever had a criminal offense, just go ahead and fess up, because somehow they find it. I have no idea how they went back to 1997. Isn't that something? So fess up. And again, don't get, if you got a blemish, you can look at this section about the criminal record report. They're looking for good character. So if you have any concerns, you can read this section. Please don't call Lane and I and tell us what you did. We have no say so. We have no control. We don't need to know that. So please don't call Lane and I. We don't issue your license. We have nothing to do with this process. Question came in about a speeding ticket. I don't know exactly how it's worded on the application. Obviously, use your best judgment. And I doubt you're not going to get a real estate license because of one speeding ticket. I mean, the commissioners are people too, they probably got a speeding ticket on their record as well. Again, it talks about what character issues are, what are they looking for. If this is any concern to you, please read this. Don't call Lane and I, we cannot make that decision. If you really have concerns, you can do something called a petition for a predetermination. And they will look at your criminal report before you submit your application. So if you have serious concerns about your past, you can look at this petition for predetermination. I don't know. Somebody asked about listing dates for the tickets. I don't know. I don't know. You'll have to look in the application again. I'll show you. Y'all, I'm old. When I got my real estate license, we submitted and mailed a paper application. So this online application thing to me is like, so you guys, when you click on this button in just a minute, you're getting ready to see stuff that I've never seen before. Then we start talking about the examination. Again, this is your state exam. It tells you it's broken down into two sections. There's a national section and a state section. You got to pass both sections within 6 months. Here's that same 180-day eligibility period. So you have 6 months to pass both sections. If you don't pass both sections within 6 months, you have to resubmit your application, order a new background check. You have to start that process over again. You don't have to come back and see me until it's been 3 years. That's when you have to take pre-licensing again. Everybody good with that? I get a call all the time. I failed the state section of the exam. Do I have to take pre-license? No, you don't have to come back and see me for 3 years. Hopefully, I'd rather see you guys in post than see you again in pre-licensing in 3 years. Question comes in about the state exam. I'm getting ready to talk about that. Your state exam is either online or in person. You choose. I'm getting ready to show you in just a second where you can find out that information. Your state exam is all multiple choice. A, B, C, or D. No essay, no fill in the blank. It's all multiple choice. And look, they even give you a couple extra practice questions in here. How about that? They give you a nice breakdown of what you can expect to see on the state exam. They break it down. These are the types of questions you can see on the national section. These are the types of questions you can see on the state section. So for example, you're going to have 2 questions on property taxation and assessment, one on the national and one on the state. Spend some time with property taxation assessment, but I would rather spend time with brokerage relationships, laws, and practice. There's our agency of 22 questions. So unit 7 and 8, here's 9 and 10 are your heavily tested areas, not only for my exam, but for your state exam as well. So use this as kind of a breakdown when you're preparing for your state exam to help you know where to focus your study energy. Again, don't spend all your time on property taxation. You're only going to see 2 questions. Everybody good with that? Spend most of your time, for example, on agency, brokerage relationships. So it gives you that breakdown. Your national section is 80 questions. Your state section is 40. Scored questions, I should say. You also have what I call test the test questions. You have 5 to 10 questions that don't count for or against you. You have no idea that they're test the test questions. They're vetting test questions for future test takers. Previous test takers vetted questions for you guys. Okay, so that's what you're doing. You're testing the test. You'll never know. You'll never, ever know if it's a test the test question. So they score 80 on your national. They score 40 on your state. You got to get 57 out of 80 to pass the national, 29 out of 40 to pass the state. Again, you got to pass both sections. State exam consists of 2 sections. There's a national section and a state section. Once you get your notice of exam eligibility from the Real Estate Commission, this booklet provides you with how you apply for. I'll show you in just a second where you can find this again. This booklet tells you, okay, what do I do now? How do I schedule my exam with PSI? How do I go through that process? So when they send you your notice of exam eligibility, they'll share the instructions with you, but know that you have it here as well. Notice of exam eligibility, your application is good for 180 days, or once they send you that back, it's good for 180 days. Same thing with your background check. This is another reminder that it is $156 every time you walk in the door, every time you go online, whenever you go take a test with PSI, it's $156. So again, I just encourage you to be ready. Some of you are more ready than others. Some of you, when you finish my exam, whenever March something, you're going to be ready to go take your state exam. Some of you are going to want more study time. It's entirely up to you. I cannot answer that question for you. What I will tell you is, and what I need everybody to understand, when we finish class on the last day, even though you and I are done, you've got to keep going because you've got to keep studying until you pass that state exam. So hopefully what you've been doing is forming good study habits, setting aside time to study. When we're done with class, you have Tuesday through Thursday 9 or Tuesday and Thursday 9 to 1 set aside, right? Once you pass my end of class exam, please don't put the book down. You guys want to know how many times I get a phone call? I haven't picked my book up in 6 months and now I'm ready to take my state exam. What should I do? And at this point, the only thing I can tell you is pick up your book and go to our YouTube channel, because that's a lot of information. And I'm telling you guys, if you put it down for 6 months, you're gonna lose it. So is everybody good with that? You keep studying when you're done with my exam. And I understand step 1, you got to pass my exam. But just because you're done, do a little mini celebration, but then you got to keep going. Unlimited retakes, if that's about my end of class exam, I'll talk about that in just a minute. Right now, I'm just trying to focus on the state exam. Are you talking about the state exam unlimited retakes? As many times as you want within your 6 months for the state exam. So as many times as you can get in 180 days, that's how many chances you have. Remembering, it's $156 every time you walk in the door. So scheduling online or on the telephone, there's PSI testing centers all over the state. I know there's in Winston and Wilmington and Asheville. And so you guys can go, not now, but you can go to PSI's website and find their testing centers. As I said, I will talk about the class exam later. Right now, can we please just focus on the state exam? I don't like to mix those two because then we cause confusion. So we're just talking about the state exam right now. This gives you a step-by-step tutorial on your PSI website, scheduling your state exam. Step-by-step, they give you pictures and everything. Here are, if you choose to take your PSI exam online, so you can either physically go to a testing center or you can take it online. Online is new to us. We just got online like May last year. And I've had a few students go online, and this is the feedback I've gotten. Online, there are no bathroom breaks. You cannot have a bottle of water with you. And the biggest feedback I've gotten, and I know this is going to affect some of you, how many of you are in a habit of reading, moving your mouth when you read a test question? They won't let you do that online. So if you form that habit and you want to go PSI online, you need to start breaking that habit. Everybody with me? If you form that habit and you can't break it, then you got to go in person. They'll give you a warning. And after that, they'll remove you from the exam. Their only suspicion is that you're talking to somebody. They have no way of knowing that you're reading to yourself. That's what I know about online. Some stuff for you guys to think about. If you go in person, there's security procedures. So they talk about what you can and cannot have, what is and isn't allowed. Again, you're away from that, I know, but it's here. All the information you need is here. Special accommodations for candidates with disabilities. If you have a documented disability, this section's for you. PSI Testing Center will work with you per your documented disability. So you can, again, you don't have to call Lane and I. The information you need is right here. Your exam time is broken down. If you're in person, it's 2 sections. You get 2.5 for national, 1.5 hours for state. If you're in person, you can take a break in between the national and the state. So your clock stops. If you're in person, you can take a break during national once you've started, but your clock doesn't stop. Everybody good with that? So once your clock starts, it doesn't stop until the end of that 2.5 hours, until the end of that national section. So it suggested that a break time at the test center between sections, and it won't be deducted from your timed exam. Again, once you pass both sections, PSI does not give you your real estate license. So don't ask PSI where your license is. They're not going to have it. So once you pass both sections, then the Real Estate Commission will follow up with your real estate license in the mail. They'll send it to you, get you a nice document for it. You worked hard for it. So go get you a document frame. This goes over if you fail one or both sections, if you have to go back. This is rescheduling your exam. $156. They tell us that several times. Issuance of license. And then this goes on to talk about provisional brokers, license renewal. We're actually going to talk about all this when we get into license law and commission rule. So again, this booklet's good. There's testable questions in this booklet from provisional brokers and post licensing and all that. But that is, let me make sure there's nothing else. I think that's the short and sweet of it. Real quick, before we take everybody's questions, if you go to ncrec.gov, the Real Estate Commission's website, or you can just Google North Carolina Real Estate Commission, it'll come up. Right here on the home page, if you scroll almost to the bottom, you have a button that says apply for a license. There's no reason why every single one of you can't go in after class and go ahead and click on this button. Please don't do it now. But there's no reason why anyone, you can save your progress. So if you start your application today, you can save it and come back to it, tomorrow or whatever. Even if you're not ready to apply for your license, you could still go ahead and click on the button and see what they're asking, see what kind of information they want you to gather. And then when you are ready, once you have your background check back and you have your certificate of completion for Lane, when you are ready, then you can submit your license and start the process. What questions do I have specifically about the state exam? We'll go on to my exam in just a minute, but what questions do we have specifically about the state exam? Yes, PSI, everything you need to know about PSI should be in this booklet. So you can, here's the applying for and scheduling, PSI rules, they're in here somewhere. So yes, you can find that information in this booklet. And when they email you your notice of exam eligibility, they'll send with information too. I apologize. This booklet is in Learn, Test, Pass. You got the 50% material. And then right under that, it says how to apply for your North Carolina real estate license. And this booklet is called Real Estate Licensing in North Carolina. It can be found in Learn, Test, Pass. You've lived in another country, you still go through the same process. Just know that it's going to be a little bit more expensive and it might take a little bit more time to get back. And that's what I know. I don't know states and countries' return times. So that's the best thing I can tell you. Some of you may want to start your application now, and maybe in a couple weeks, go ahead and order your background check. Some of you may want to wait until you pass my test to go ahead and start, or to order your background check. There is no wrong way to do that. Everybody has a different time frame and a different agenda. Drew got a book, so yeah, apparently you have one in your hands. I highlighted this copy. As long as it says May of 2021, that's the most current. I highlighted this copy to help you guys pull out what you need.
So I do have a question.
Okay.
My divorce is legal. It's finalized now. And I'm in the process of going back to my maiden name. And I'm trying to get this done before I get my license. That way my name is what it should be. But how is it gonna affect going through this, applying for all of this? Do I wait until everything is finalized before I do this, or?
So here's instructions for your applicants. This is going to address your legal name, they're going to want to see what's on your driver's license. If it doesn't go through and after you get your license, you can always change your name.
Okay. Thank you.
I mean, I would have the
Overseas
same.
services, I don't know the answer to that. Overseas services, I don't know how they consider that, if that's an address or not. Did I hear another question? Everybody good with where this is? I'm in Learn, Test, Pass. How to apply for your real estate license. It's the real estate licensing in North Carolina booklet. You guys will have access to Learn, Test, Pass for 4 months after we finish class. So we're not going to rip Learn, Test, Pass away from you. And I'll always have a current in here. If you need Learn, Test, Pass for longer than 4 months, just reach out to Lane. That's all you got to do is communicate with Lane, and she'll extend your time. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question for Drew. I'd like to know where you got the book from, because I really would like the book.
So I initially got this when I signed up for the class. The first time I took the class is my second time taking the class. So I don't know if she's giving it this round or not, but this is a book that she sent that round. So, but
You can
like,
download it.
Like it's saying, like it's right there on Learn, Test, Pass.
I wonder if you got it. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
What other questions about your state exam? The application process? And Drew, you need to check the date on yours. Make sure it says May 2021, because if it says May 2021, it's out of date. Now, I don't know what's changed.
Well, this did. I
It
loved
is
it.
it says July 2021, so it probably is out of date.
It says July.
Yep.
Interesting.
Mine says July too.
Drew,
You guys have a newer book than what the Real Estate Commission does.
looking at the real estate license law and commission rules book.
You guys look at, yeah, you guys aren't even looking at the right book. Thank you, Tara. You're looking at North Carolina Real Estate License Law and Commission Rule.
So honestly, I would go with what Julie has on
This is
her.
in,
I would-
this is
what she
in,
has on her PowerPoint, honestly. because she's gonna have the most up to date. And like she
They
said,
got
it's like
two
things
booklets.
can
They couldn't
change.
make them look any
every
more
day.
similar.
So,
So
but
there's
that's
real
something,
estate license.
that's something different, isn't it?
Yes,
Those are
this is a
different
different,
books.
This is what we know as Appendix A in
Okay,
your textbook.
Yes.
okay, all right.
License law and commission rules, Appendix A. Real estate licensing in North Carolina
Eh.
is in Learn Test Pass.
And
And I
like
promise
said,
I will always
I
have
would
the
go-
current with highlights in Learn Test Pass for you.
and that's what I said, I would go with what Julie said, like honestly, because she's gonna have the most up to date thing. Go down.
I think the Appendix A book is when I was online with, looking at Travis, he said, you need to know that because if the North Carolina real estate put it out, you may want to go over
And
everything in that
that's
book.
correct. And you guys have been starting to read Appendix A, especially the comments on page 707. Just make a note right now, 707. The comments in licensing law and commission rule. Okay, can we look up PSL? Let's see, we got that. All right, my end of class exam. We're moving on from the state exam for a second. Everybody good? I don't want to mix the two up. My end of class exam. Our exam is the last day of class on March 8th. It is online. You'll log on to Zoom. I will give you rules and expectations for my exam the class before. The very last thing we talk about is rules and expectations for my exam on March 8th. Our retake is scheduled for March 11th. If you make at least a 50% on my exam, you're eligible for the retake. 75 is passing. If you make at least a 50%, you're eligible for the retake on March 11th. And as a reminder too, there's a couple cram courses coming up for you guys. You can attend both, neither one. It's completely optional. There's no additional cost. The focus for the cram courses is primarily going to be the state section in math. I will give you Jane's and Ann's link the week of their exam. I'll give you their Zoom link the week of, so you'll have it close by.
Did you say
Bye.
this, or did you say those will both be mainly focused on math?
I'm sorry,
Or you said those will be mainly focused on math?
state section in math.
Okay, thank you. Sorry to keep talking.
No, you're good. My exam is going to be on a program called Class Marker. And if you look in the email that Lane sent that you use every day to access class, there's a tutorial on Class Marker. So if you want to know the format of what my end of class exam is going to look like, you can click on this 4-minute video. Again, we'll go over rules and expectations for my exam, the class before. This is what I need everybody working on now for my exam. I tolerate 0 distractions on my end of class exam. I need you to start securing a quiet place where you're alone. I cannot have you talking to anybody else in the room. I see you guys talking to people all the time during class. But when it comes to my exam, if I see you chit-chatting with somebody in the room, I can only assume that you're cheating. And the Real Estate Commission says if I suspect you of cheating, I'm to remove you from your exam. So I need you guys to start securing a distraction-free, quiet location where it's just you. If you have any questions about your distraction-free place, I know some of your households are quite busy. If you have any questions, please just reach out to me ahead of time so we can talk through it and make sure I'm good with your location and where you are. Questions on my end of class exam? Questions on anything?
Julie,
Yeah.
with the class exam, this is for all the exams. How will we know if we pass? Does it tell you right away?
Yes, class marker and your state exam. Good question. Both will say, you want to submit, and you'll say yes, and it'll say, are you sure? And you'll say yes, and boom, you'll know right then, pass or fail. It's that fast. Hold your breath, make sure you're ready when you hit submit. There are 112 questions on my exam. Guys, there's a lot of top producers out there that either failed this class or have failed their state exam. Please don't let your tests be an indicator of what kind of real estate agent you're going to be. It is in no way a reflection. We just got to get you through the test to get your license. First time I took the state exam, I failed it. That was a hard day. Had my little pity party, picked myself up, dusted myself off, went back to PSI testing center and passed it. Don't let it get you down. Pity parties are okay. I'm a big fan of pity parties. Have your little pity party, but you got to move on. If you really, really want this, you'll do whatever it takes to get it. So my question to you is, how badly do you want it? And if you really, really want it, you'll do whatever it takes to get it. But no broker in charge is going to ask you, how many times did you have to go to PSI? Right? No buyer is going to look at you and say, how many times did it get you through the class? That's between you and you. So don't let that discourage you. My exam, you get 3.5 hours. My exam is one test. It's not in sections, but there is national questions and state specific section questions. So my test is one big test. My exam pass rate, I'm at about 67%.
Is it broken down into like true or false?
It's all multiple choice. Everything is multiple choice. I think mine has 8 math questions, 8 or 10. I don't remember offhand. Guys, remember what I've been saying. The math alone can't fail you. You can miss all the math and still pass, or you can use some of the math to your advantage.
Julie, I may have missed it, but how many questions are going to be on your test?
112.
112. And so we got to divide that by, you said 3 hours?
3.5 hours.
3.5 hours.
So we've been saying about 2 minutes. That's my guesstimate, is about 2 minutes. But if you want to do the calculation and get it more precise, because remember with your practice test, you should be practicing now, working with a clock. That's exactly right. You can't let it, it's so common to retake this. Guys, this is a lot of information. Are you already feeling overwhelmed and underwater with all the information? And guess what? We're halfway there, which means I still have half the material left to cover. It's tough. Basically, you're getting a master's degree in real estate in 2 months. If you want to think about it that way, how long is a master's degree program? A couple years? 2 minutes is, as I said, is just my best guesstimate. You can do the math. 3.5 hours, 112 questions. If anybody ever told you this was easy, they lied to you. I don't know a better way to say that. PSI will also tell you how many missed. I don't know if they tell you how many. I don't remember exactly what they tell you if you fail.
So when I took it like years ago, it would tell you like you only missed 3 from passing. It wouldn't
Gotcha.
tell you, it wouldn't tell you
So it
what
tells you you're
topics
close.
missed, but it would tell you like
Okay.
how many you were away from passing.
All right.
So does it tell you, all right, if you fail, does it tell you what you failed so you'll know what areas that you need to work
No.
on? What?
It doesn't give you
It just says-
categories?
No,
Doesn't
it
say
just,
like financing, state, I mean,
when I took it, it just said you missed it by so many
Okay.
questions.
I want to say they tell you, they
I
break
will
it down.
say, they won't tell you what you missed, but if you've studied enough, you should know what you missed, right?
Carolina School of Real Estate has a new program effective this year that we will give you categories now. So for my end of class exam, we will tell you the categories, and that just started this year. That's what we worked on over our Christmas break.
I do have a question about the state exam. You
Yeah.
said it's into national and state. Now, if you're doing it online, do you find out at the end of the class about the state and the national, or when you finish the national before you go into the state? Do they tell you?
No,
the
it's all at the end.
all at the end. Okay, thank you.
Hey, Julie,
Cram
like,
courses you can attend, I'm sorry, I got a question in the chat. Cram courses, you can attend both. You can attend neither. You can attend one. It's entirely up to you. You cannot use the cram courses to make up time. It's optional. It's included. What was the question?
no, I was just making a comment, like
Okay.
I'm on Facebook and I'm on a lot of I'm in a lot of groups for real estate, and the majority of the people fail over and over before they actually pass, more than people
It's so
pass.
common.
Yeah. I mean,
It's
it's
so
still
common.
scary, but
It's so common. I mean, I know a guy, he's a top producer today. Y'all, he went to PSI Testing Center 8 times before he got it. My question to you is, how badly do you want it? If you really, really want it, you keep going to PSI until you get it, even if it means 8 times.
And also, I do want to talk highly of you, Julie, because you have a way of explaining things and explain the
Thank you.
questions that will get everybody prepared for it, honestly. Because
It's
that's
tough.
the most tricky part, is the questions
Agreed.
and learning the questions and reading the questions. And that's the biggest thing. And I've told Marie over and over, I'm like, I'm so thankful to have you, because you really explain things in a way that makes sense, and the way that will get people be able to pass this test. And
Well,
thank you.
thank you. I appreciate that.
Seriously.
And that's why I appreciate that. And that's why I'm glad I have the recording, because I know it's a lot. And if you guys aren't utilizing the recordings, I encourage you to start. If you need the YouTube channel, again, I'll put it in the chat over break. I'm not going to grab it now. If you
I
guys
agree.
haven't started, this is a good time to start. We're halfway there. So your exam's going to be, what are we, about 4 weeks away, give or take? So if that just made you a little nervous. Somebody's heard that pre-licensing doesn't prepare you at all for real estate. I disagree with that. It does help you, keep you out of real estate jail. I've said that on day one. I think my job is twofold: give you the information that you need to get through your exams is one part, but the other part of my job is to help keep you out of trouble once you do get your license, giving you those license, law, and commission roll. As far as using everything you learn in pre-licensing in the real world, no, you don't use everything. And I've never had a buyer look at me and say, hey, Julie, what kind of deed should I take? So some of this stuff is just to get you through the test. But please understand, you guys, agency, contracts, you're dealing with this stuff every single day in real estate. So not all of it is used in the real world. Real estate jail is what I refer to as the disciplinary action. Real estate commission taking disciplinary action on your license.
Julie, I had
Yeah.
someone rag me about going to Carolina Real Estate School. They were like, oh, that's the worst school you can go to. Who's your teacher? And I have to say, I did brag on you, because
Thank you.
I like constantly stay in school for something, and you are thorough with the scenarios, the examples, with the other resources that we have. And I appreciate that,
Well,
really.
thank you. And I, unfortunately, you can never make everybody happy, right? You're never going to have 100% satisfaction. That's anytime. Guess what? As real estate agents, you're not going to be able to make everybody happy. That's just the nature of dealing with the public. So I appreciate you. I appreciate you saying that. I appreciate you guys.
Like, also, if somebody's talking about crap about where you're going to school, don't be around them. Really,
You know,
like.
this is why there's more than
if
one
you're
school,
working
right?
for something and then they're gonna talk crap about where you're going, they're not important, in my opinion.
You
Oh,
can,
I had to set her straight.
you can wave your license in their face when you get it, right? You can
I
say,
plan
bam, there you go.
I plan to.
Guys, and you can't be bogged down by what everybody else says. I mean, come on, right? Stay, you know, if social media is weighing you down, you got to get off. You got to focus on you and not worry about everybody else. So I appreciate you guys. I really do appreciate you guys saying, but I would rather you guys focus on you and drown out the noise. This is about you. You want the real estate license. Yes, you guys are all here voluntarily. As far as I know, I don't think anybody's forced to be here. If you are, I'm sorry. But as far as I know, you guys are here because you want to be here. Either you want to know more about the industry or one day you want to do 50 transactions in 1 year. Doesn't matter. You're here because you want to be here. So you guys need to make the best of it.
And maybe I'm talking too much today, but I will say, keep trying, like, even if you get through the class and even if you don't make it through the exam, keep trying, because it is hard and it might take a second time to figure it out, right?
Exactly.
And me having a
So
different
much
teacher this
information.
time, it is changed so much. And it wasn't that the teacher before was bad, but it's a lot of information in a short period of time. So if you have to take the class again, do it, because it's worth it. And if you want to get through it, do it. And that's all I'll say.
Thank you, Drew. And my suggestion is do it sooner rather than later. Because again, the longer you leave the book down, the more you forget. Guys, who remembers what the Real Estate Commission's main purpose is? What's the Real Estate Commission's main purpose?
Is it to enforce the rules?
Nope.
It's to protect the public.
It's to protect the people. It's to protect the
people.
public. So with their way of protecting the public, doesn't it make sense that they want to make sure that you know the laws, that you know the rules, that you understand agency and contracts before they turn you loose and allow you to work with their public? Doesn't that make sense? Instead of just saying, oh, well, you couldn't pass the test, but we'll give you a license anyway. You guys with me? I'm not going to agree or disagree with their process. Their process is what it is. And you got to prove to the commission that you have the knowledge to work with their public. And how do you prove that? You pass my end of class exam and you pass the state exam. That's how you prove to the commission that you can work with their public, with their people. All right. Any other questions? We got to take a break. We got to go on. Okay, I'm here to answer questions.
Question, but I'm having issues with my, I don't.
Probably because you're on an iPhone. We may need, if you could log in twice, that may.
Can't hear me, can you?
You're broken up.
Can you hear me now?
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Mm-hmm. Well, no, we can't. We can't see you either. Phones aren't the easiest thing to attend class on. There's a lot going on your phone. All right.
Well, and if you have to use a phone, make sure you go into the settings and
Wow.
make sure all the background notifications and any background apps are stopped so that it doesn't force your phone into overdrive.
And you guys also signed a contract saying you wouldn't come to class, access class on your phone unless it was an emergency. So because of those very reasons, phones just don't work as good as, I'll make an exception if need be. But we got a lot of people with cameras off too. So let's take a break. When we come back, we'll get off our phones and we'll get, I got one more thing to say in unit 10, and then we're moving on to financing. So let's take 10.
Julie, can I ask my question before class starts?
Of course.
Could you hear me?
I can now.
Oh, geez. I'm gonna try to log in on my laptop, but then I can't ask questions on there.
Can you call me or text me or shoot me a direct message? I can hear you just fine now. But I got like 4 more seconds.
Okay, well, I
so-
can barely hear you, but my question is, I've done the quizzes in Learn, Test, Pass, and I've
Mhm.
done the quizzes in the back of every chapter. And in the back of every chapter, the questions are trickier than they are in Learn, Test, Pass. So on your exam at the end of the class, is it going to be more like what's on Learn, Test, Pass?
That's what former students have said, yes. The exam questions are more like Learn, Test, Pass, and
Can I
You're both
interrupt
of
you
your-
on this one? Can I, Christina?
I can,
Because
I'm gonna log in
Maria,
on my laptop, Drew, and then you can answer because I can't hear. I'm sorry.
Maria says the book, not Learn, Test, Pass. She says,
Okay.
take the quizzes in the back of the book, and that's more important. Right? Always.
I've heard other students say Learn, Test, Pass, so maybe a combination of the two. This is what I know.
And it could be,
This
And-
is what I know.
yeah,
Application questions. So they're gonna ask you, what does this word mean? They're gonna put you in situations.
yes.
And that's wherever you can get access to application questions. And I suggest the book and Learn, Test, Pass.
And both, it is both, and two, like, I think what I filled up before with Learn, Test, Pass is I would take the quiz and it would tell me the answer and the reason why. But then I would retake it and get 100 for the wrong reasons, right? Because I would remember like. the
So once
answer
you do them
wrong.
enough times, right? So, and that's
Like
where.
even
you
like a
guys-
lot of times, like that's what I'm trying to do now is not to be focused on that.
Right.
'Cause it's like, well, I got this wrong, and then I know I would remember the answer, and then I would get 100, but not really understand it.
So, and that's a good, why is this the answer? Why is this right? Why is this wrong? And when you're studying the questions, that helps you learn. That's what I like about Learn, Test, Pass, because it explains why it's right, why it's wrong. It goes through and tells you what, and that,
And-
look at that. Even if you get it right, look at it because that helps you learn, right? This is
And
why
read
it's
it, it
right. This
is.
is why it's wrong. Yep.
And,
And
like,
remember,
get
you guys,
over-
if you,
I'm sorry, and get over the fact that like you want to be a perfectionist, right? Like just look over it and look over it and look over it, right?
exposing
understand.
yourself to it. Absolutely. Absolutely exposing yourself to it. Does it tell you? It does not tell you which question is right or wrong on the state exam. It gives you categories. So guys, I'm happy to stay on after class and talk about this. Is that fair? If you guys want to talk more about the exams, I'm happy to do that. Unfortunately, the Real Estate Commission doesn't give me time in class to talk about this. So if I seem a little antsy, I am, because we just spent an hour on this that we don't have. So I got to move on. I'm here after class. I'll hang on. We'll keep recording. So if you can't stay, we can answer questions then. Is that fair enough? Is everybody good with that? Okay. All right. So I'm taking attendance. And the one last thing in Unit 10 I want to talk about to wrap it up. You guys put your pencils down for a second. This is back to that, like we were just kind of alluding to. Do you understand it and how well do you understand it? Because having an understanding of it for your exam is what matters. So in the past, in Units 9 and 10, we talked about creating contracts. And we talked about that magic moment in time when it goes from being an offer to a contract. And that magic moment in time, I have to have two things. I have to have acceptance by the last offeree, which for your exam, when you know that it's been accepted, you know that it's been what? It's been signed. So for your exam, you don't have to ask, is this verbal? Is this in writing? Everybody good with that? When you see it's been accepted, you know that it's been signed for your exam. The second thing you need is communication to cross the line. The person making the offer has got to be aware that their offer has been accepted. This is the line as we've been seeing it so far. Two firms, two agents, buyers on one side, sellers on the other. Buyer makes the offer to the seller. The offeror is the giver of the offer. The offeree is the receivee. The offeree has three choices. You guys want to run them through it with me? The offeree's three choices are they can accept it, reject it, or counter it. Okay. Let's say for simplicity, the seller accepts it. When the seller calls their agent and says, I've accepted. At this point in time, are we under contract? Seller calls their agent. Has communication crossed the line? And the answer is no. So at this point in time, I'm not under contract. Now the listing agent calls the selling agent and says, we've accepted. Now has communication crossed the line? Yes, and now we're under contract. Okay, so that's a review of what we've done so far. And the examples we've given so far are assuming two different firms. And I'm almost certain for your exams, you'll have two different firms. You'll have to communicate crossing the line. Okay, everybody good so far? This is where I kind of want to, yeah, Diego.
Can I ask it this has been a question that I've been constantly stuck on, right? Because of so they came back to the agent and then the agent told the buyer we accept this, right? And they're
Nope.
like, when,
Once communication crosses the line,
then it's under contract.
correct.
And
So now what's the very next thing this
I've
agent
been
should
thinking
do?
about this for months and months and months, so it makes me so happy, right? Because once it communicates to the agent represents. So it's not,
Communicating to the agent is the same as communicating to the principal.
and it makes me happy because I think I've been stuck on this question for like 4 months, honestly.
It's when
what is it?
communication crosses the line. So
Thank
if
you
you
so
have
much.
two agents, once the listing agent calls the selling agent, communications cross the line. What's the very next thing the selling agent needs to do? What's the very next thing they need to do? Call their buyer, right? Tell them the good news. It's not a matter of are you sure you still want this house? They're calling their buyer to say, congratulations, you're under contract, because communication has crossed the line. This is why I think you guys should draw the line. This is why I think you should draw this out, because it's going to give you counter offers. And every time it changes, the roles reverse. This is why you need to see when the last offeree accepts it and when communication crosses the line. Diego, did I see your hand? I'm sorry, Drew.
And it is because they'll ask the question. So they tell the buyer's agent that's accepted, and then they tell the buyer of
And that's why
this, and they said, when was it officially under contract, right?
and that's why we're drawing the line, because we need
And-
those two
and-
things. So if you can see, and that's my point. You got to see it cross the line.
All of you guys are gonna see that question like, yes.
So, okay.
Thank you so
Diego, I
much.
see your hand. Sure, Diego. No. Okay, y'all put your pencils down for a second. I don't want to cause confusion. I want to expand your minds a little bit. All right. This is the scenario you're going to see. Two firms, communication has to cross the line. But let's think about what we've learned. Let's think about what we know. Not all buyer-seller relationship is two firms, is it? Sometimes we have one firm and the line changes a little bit. So what if you're in a dual agency? Where'd the line go? There are no firms to communicate. If you have one agent acting as a dual agent, when the seller, or even anybody acting, when the seller calls the firm and says, I've accepted, the firm is the line, isn't it? And if you don't have the line because you're in dual agency, once you communicate with your agent, the seller communicates with the agent. Again, the next call is to make to the buyer, right? But once that's communicated to the agent, i.e. the firm. So this is just to give you something to think about for dual agency. What happens in designated dual agency? In designated, the line comes back. Because now you have an agent designated to work exclusively with the buyer. and you have an agent designated to work exclusively with the seller. Everybody see how these lines can get blurred? So dual agency, communicating to the firm, is communicating acceptance. Designated dual agency, the line's back. And you can see this is the same color. I tried to do like our little disclosure. So 2 different colors representing 2 different firms. And now that we're in the same firm, it's the same color. You throw in designated, still the same firm. 1 agent designated to work exclusively with the seller, and a different agent designated to work exclusively with the buyer.
Hey, Julie.
Yeah.
Can you put up the lines there so I can see them?
Put up what line?
The when it actually turns into
So the seller signs, they call their agent calls the selling agent.
oh, okay.
And Julie, if I remember this right, it can even cross the line if the seller calls the buyer. I know they wouldn't, but just in theory, even if the seller calls the buyer and says, hey, I got that's crossing the line.
Absolutely. This
Okay.
is in the event that agents are involved. Guys, people buy and sell houses every day without a real estate agent.
Okay, so the
They
seller
don't
can
need
actually,
us.
the
Yeah,
seller
But
the
can
seller-
actually
I'm
call
saying
buyers.
I'm saying even if there are agents involved, let's just say I'm buying my
Yeah.
neighbor's house and I know
All
them.
we need is communication to cross the line.
Okay.
One side to the.
It doesn't
okay,
matter where it crosses the line, right?
Okay.
All we need is communication to cross the line. The other scenario we talked about in agency is a seller subagent. Seller subagent is an agent of the agent. The buyer's their customer, so the buyer stands alone. Seller subagent is working as an agent of an agent. The buyer's their customer. They're not represented. They're not anybody's client. Seller signs the offer. Well, let me go back. Buyer presents the offer. Seller subagent's going to present it to the seller, because isn't that what's in the best interest of my seller, is to get them under contract? So why am I presenting an offer on this person's behalf if I don't represent them? Because it's what's best for my seller. So then the seller accepts it. They call the agent they've been working with and say, I accept it. And now the agent calls the buyer. Communication has got to cross the line. I need 2 things. I need the last offeree to accept it, and we need acceptance of communication to cross the line. As we've said, you're going to have a test question when that's this long, and I suggest you draw it out. And I'm almost confident for your exam. For your exam, this is the scenario you're going to see. Whoops. 2 agents, 2 firms. That's exactly correct. In that previous scenario, the line was crossed when the agent called the buyer. Congratulations, they're under contract, because they have no they have no agent, they have nobody standing in place with them. Questions? Comments? Again, get you thinking, kind of tie in our agency relationships and our communication of acceptance. Everybody good when we talk about the line and communication crossing the line? This only applies when we're creating a contract, terminating a contract, communicating about a contract. And we have, I'll let you go back and review units 9 and 10. This is just meant to get you thinking a little bit. Broker's receipt means that they've received it. When the broker receives it, receipt, it means that they've received it. That's correct. I need 2 things to happen in order for it going to be from an offer to contract. What's the first thing I need to have happen? First thing I need to have happen is I need to have everybody's signature. Once we have everybody's signature, that communication crosses the line. Once that communication crosses the line, Remember, for your test, when you see accept, you know that it's been signed. The real world, you're going to verify. For your test, they try to make it easy. The offeree has to accept it. What are their choices? What are the offeree's choices? Accept it, reject it, or counter it. So when they accept it, they have to tell the people that they've accepted it. So I'm going to stop sharing for 1 second. Switch out my PowerPoints. We are done with contracts, agency. I know I've mentioned this. It's worth mentioning again. Units 7, 8, 9, and 10 are heavily tested units. 7, 8, 9, and 10. I think I told you guys I figured about 40% of your exam comes from those 4 units. Now we got to switch gears. We're getting into unit 14. 14 and 15 are our financing units. The best advice that I have for you guys to get through the financing units is to put your lender hat on. Pretend like you're in lender school. Put real estate aside for a second and pretend you're in lender school. Pretend you're acting like a lender. Who all got a chance to look at 14 before class today? A couple of you? Good. Students tend to struggle with 14 and 15 because 1, you didn't know you were going to sign up for financing school. So this is new information. It's a whole new vocabulary. It's a whole new language. And with financing comes math. Okay. So 14 is our real estate financing basic principles. In this unit, we're going to distinguish between something called a title theory state and a lien theory state. We're going to identify basic provisions of the promissory note and the deed of trust. In North Carolina, we're just fancy. We call our deed of trust the mortgage. And then in unit 14, there's lots of math. Unit 15, there's some math. By the way, if you guys look back up in the chat, I forgot to tell you, I put the link to our YouTube channel back in the chat. So if you need that, it should be in your chat feed. So let's start with just defining some words. The mortgage, also known as the deed of trust, in North Carolina, we call it the deed of trust, pledges the real estate as security. The lender needs some kind of assurance. They need some kind of security. In the event of the borrower's default, what's their repercussions? What are they going to do? And one way they protect themselves is by issuing a mortgage or a deed of trust. Now, we misuse the term mortgage every day. You guys talk about, I got to pay my mortgage today, or I'm trying to pay off my mortgage. You're referring to the bill. The mortgage itself is actually the instrument that pledges the real estate as security to the lender. The mortgagor is the borrower. Mortgagor, borrower. They're the giver of the document. The mortgagee is the lender. The lender receives the mortgage as their security, as their collateral. Lenders get a bad rep, and honestly, I don't understand why. Let's say you're buying a house for $100,000. Sales price is $100,000. And you call the lender and you say, I'm going to put down $10,000. How much are you asking the lender for? You're asking them for $90,000. Who has the biggest interest in this property? It's not you. You have your cute little 10% down. You're asking the lender to basically provide you with the funds to buy this house. And that's why they got to protect their interest. They got to protect that $90,000. And how they do so is by giving you a mortgage, by giving you a deed of trust. Equitable title. The interest held by the borrower that allows them possession, that allows them to use the property. You're allowed to live there. You can rent it. You can profit from it. You can do whatever you want as if you own it because you have equitable title. You pay the lender off, you get legal title as well. But they're going to hold an interest. They're going to hold a piece. Default is what happens when the borrower fails to make a payment. Once you're in default, unless you start making payments again, call the lender and make arrangements or get caught up when you're default. If not, the next step is foreclosure. Default, you're not making your payments, you're getting closer to foreclosure. We'll talk about foreclosure in just a minute. And then hypothecation is the act of pledging the real property as security. You're pledging your property as security to the lender so they can protect their $90,000. There are two types of states. The first type of state that's not North Carolina is a lien theory state. And the lien theory state is a two-party instrument. We have the mortgagor, who's the borrower, and the mortgagee, who's the lender. The document they use is called the mortgage. And in lien theory states, the borrower has legal and equitable title. They have full legal title and they have equitable title. They have the permission to live there, to use the property, profit from the property if they wish. Lien theory states use a judicial foreclosure process, which means they have to go see the judge to begin the foreclosure. We'll talk a little bit more about foreclosure in just a minute. So if other states are a lien theory state, North Carolina is a title theory state. A title theory state is a three-party instrument. We have the grantor, who's the borrower. Everybody hear me? Grantor, mortgagor, borrower. The beneficiary is the lender. And then there's a third-party trustee, the mediator, the one that handles the affairs on behalf of the lender, on behalf of the beneficiary. The trustee is going to be an attorney. The document we use in North Carolina is the deed of trust. The borrower holds equitable title. The trustee keeps the legal title until that mortgage has been paid in full. And in North Carolina, our foreclosure process are not these long drawn out court process. We use something called the power of sale foreclosure. When you take your mortgage or your deed of trust in North Carolina, you agree at that time that if you're in default after so many months, X amount of months, the trustee has the permission to start the foreclosure process on you. They don't have to take you to court. You've already given them that permission when you took that mortgage on. There is like a mini small claim, or excuse me, a mini court hearing just to get the ball started. but it's not near as timely and costly as lien theory states. You already gave them the power to sell your property in the event of foreclosure. Questions so far on our lien theory or our title theory states? Our mortgages are two different instruments. First up, we have the promissory note. The promissory note is the IOU. It's the contractual agreement between borrower and lender. The promissory note is when the borrower promises to pay the lender back. And if I fail to make a payment or 2 or 5 or whatever we agree to, then you can start the foreclosure process on me. The promissory note does not get recorded. That's just the agreement, the contract between the borrower and the lender. In North Carolina, our deed of trust is the other instrument. It's a security instrument. It's what does get recorded. And it's collateral for the lender. The reason we record the deed of trust is so the shady homeowner can't try to sell the property out from under their debt. So the lender records the deed of trust to protect their interest. In Unit 21, we get to go to closing. Unit 21 is probably my favorite because we finally get to go to closing. We've been building up to it. And one thing we're going to learn in Unit 21 a little bit more is a little bit more about the attorney's process. And the attorney, when they're recording documents, things got to be recorded in a certain order. So the first thing the attorney does is record all of the seller's lien payoffs. So once they have their funds from closing, their proceeds from closing, they record a deed of release for any outstanding loans. Once that's clear, once all that debt from the seller is cleared, then they record the buyer's brand new deed. And then the very next step is to record the deed of trust if a lender's involved. A lot of times, it's not uncommon to have a brand new lien put on your brand new home when you haven't even gotten your keys yet. They record the deed, and then in the next breath, they record the deed of trust. And that protects the lender's interest. That lender's $90,000. So remember before we talked about essential elements, like we talked about essential elements of a valid deed in Unit 5. We talked about essential elements of a valid contract in Unit 9. Essential elements, I always think of those as required cake ingredients. Now we need to talk about some essential elements of a deed of trust. This is what the court is looking for to determine if the deed of trust is valid. And the things that they need, the deed of trust has to refer to the promissory note. The deed of trust has to refer to the contract between the buyer and the lender. The deed of trust has to clearly state that it is the security in the event of the borrower's default. We're going to name the lender and the borrower. We have to have an accurate legal description. It's got to be in writing and signed by all parties. Statute of frauds. It's got to be recorded. Connor Act. And it has to be delivered to and accepted by the trustee. The trustee has to be made aware that that deed of trust is in the event of the borrower's default. You want to stay out from underneath your lender's radar? Just send your payment in every month, right? They're just fine with you as long as you send that payment in every month. It's only when you stop sending it in, do we have to get the trustee involved? Do we have to start any kind of default or later foreclosure proceedings? Since the promissory note is a bilateral contract, show me on your hands, how many sides to a bilateral contract? How many sides? Two. It's a two-way street. It's an agreement. It's a promise between the buyer and the lender, right? So there's duties and obligations on both. Both parties have duties and obligations to each other. So the obligations of the borrower is to make their payment. That's their biggest responsibility. Ultimately, the borrower is responsible for property taxes and homeowners insurance. Where are my homeowners on the call? Where are you guys at? More than likely, I'm not going to 100% guarantee it because they're all a little different, but more than likely, when you make your mortgage payment every month, you're paying a portion of your taxes and a portion of your homeowner's insurance. So when those bills come due once a year, the lender has that money in an account just for you to pay those bills on your behalf. Isn't that nice? If you're a homeowner and they escrow for you, you don't have to worry about paying property taxes. You don't have to worry about paying homeowners insurance. I get a letter once a year from Guilford County that says your taxes have been paid. And I think, well, gee, that's nice. And I get an email once a year from Allstate that says your homeowner's insurance has been paid for the next year. And I think, well, golly, that's really nice that I don't have to worry about it. They collect from me throughout the year so they can pay these bills on my behalf. Guys, they're not paying these bills on my behalf to be nice. They're not paying these bills on my behalf to, help me out. They're doing it to protect their interest. And we're going to talk about, well, let me go ahead and talk about it now. Here. If, for example, let's say that the lender doesn't collect taxes from you each month. Let's just pretend that they don't, and it's up to you. Instead, you get a letter from the county that says you owe me X amount for taxes this year. What if you didn't pay last year's taxes or the year before or the year before, and maybe you've decided you're not going to pay this year's taxes either? At some point in time, without getting paid, X amount of time without getting paid, the county is going to foreclose on you to collect your outstanding debt. And if the county forecloses on you to collect their outstanding taxes, they don't care about how much you owe the lender. The only thing that they care about is selling the property to get their money. Everybody with me? So they're not going to put the house up for sale to get them paid and the lender and all your outstanding debt. So the reason, we'll look at lien priority again in just a second. The reason they pay your taxes and your insurance on your behalf is to protect their interest. They don't want the county to foreclose. So in order to avoid that, not that they don't trust us, but in order to avoid that, they pay taxes on our behalf. They pay insurance on our behalf. What if they don't? What if I don't have homeowners insurance and the house burns down and I run away in the middle of the night? The lender's now stuck with what's due, what's owed, right? Everybody good with that? Do I have questions on that? We're going to talk about your monthly mortgage payment in just a second. Yeah.
I do kind of have a question on this, honestly. Like, so me going through my divorce, like when I got with my ex-husband, we had a kid and we bought a house, not married, right? We weren't married. And so we bought the house and he was in the mortgage, I'm on the deed, right? So going through this divorce is, I probably get like the benefit from just being on the deed, correct? And not on the mortgage.
That's a question for your attorney. Yeah,
But-
that's a question for your.
But I'm going back to this, it's like, because it's like, then it could go back like, but if he owes taxes on the house, then I'm gonna get Then that's gonna come back to me, correct? Because I'm on the deed.
I would hate to tell you something that's
Sorry,
not,
sorry,
so
I'm
I'm
like,
gonna
sorry, I'm
say,
like getting too complicated. Sorry.
yeah, I'm gonna,
I
'cause
will-
I'm
I
not an
will-
attorney, so I
refrain.
can't give you
Sorry.
legal advice, right?
Sorry.
So, yep. Okay. So again, the reason the lender collects part of your taxes and part of your insurance throughout your payment throughout the year, so they can pay those bills on your behalf. So when they come due, you don't have to worry about, they don't have to worry about whether or not you're going to pay them or not. Other obligations of the buyer, you have to maintain the property. Again, who has the bigger interest in this property? Your little 10% down payment, y'all, that's cute and all. But the $90,000 that the lender's putting down, they want you to maintain the property. And probably a little known fact, a lesser known fact, before you show up with a wrecking ball to demolish the property, you're supposed to get your lender's approval, because they got to protect their interest. In this promissory note, there's rights of the borrower. The borrower has the right to possess and use the property. The borrower has a right of defeasance. How do you get that deed of trust off the public records? Pay off your debt. Pay off the lender. Pay them that $90,000 over the course of however many years. That's that right of defeasance. You have the right to make that deed of trust null and void when it's paid in full. And then the borrower has a right of redemption. Again, we'll see this in just a second when we talk about foreclosure. The right of redemption, they have the opportunity to redeem themselves before foreclosure starts. Promissory note, bilateral contract, two-way street. Both parties have rights and obligations to each other. The lender's rights are pretty easy. The lender has the right to assign your debt. It's not uncommon after you close, after you purchase your home, for the lender to sell your loan to somebody, to another mortgage on the secondary market. We're going to talk about that, why they do that. Why do they sell your loan? Why do they assign the debt when we get into Unit 15? But the promissory note is going to tell us if the lender has the right. And then it's pretty simple. Failure to make your payment when you're in default, the lender has the right to foreclose on you. You gave them that right when you signed that promissory note. Isn't that funny? Foreclosure is just the legal process in which the lender takes the property, sells the property, in attempt to get their money back. So they're taking the property involuntarily. Remember, we talked about involuntary alienation back in Unit 5, I think. But again, you gave them that right when you signed your promissory note. You said, look, if I don't pay you, you can take my property. They're going to sell it, hopefully get their money back. There are 3 types of foreclosure. Again, other states use a judicial foreclosure. Other states use a sheriff's deed when the lender is taking the property. And the reason I always remember this, if the judge is taking the property, the judge themselves is not going to come knock on your door and take the property. The judge is going to send the sheriff. So when the judge is taking the property in a judicial foreclosure, we use a sheriff's deed. North Carolina uses a non-judicial foreclosure. That's our power of sale. You give them the power to foreclose when you sign that promissory note. And remember, in North Carolina, we have a third party called the trustee. So in North Carolina, power of sale, our foreclosure process, we use a trustee's deed. Strict foreclosure, we do not do in North Carolina. Strict foreclosure is rare. But strict foreclosure, the court puts a period of time in which you have to pay the balance in full. And if you can't come up with the whole note due in this amount of time, they'll foreclose on you. Remember back in Unit 3, we talked about lien priority, what liens get paid when. What did we say in Unit 3? We said that liens get paid in the order in which they're recorded, except for mechanics liens. They get paid in the order in which the work began. And in Unit 3, we also identified superior liens. We said your real property taxes and your government special assessments are superior liens, and they will always be paid first. So superior liens, liens in the order in which they're recorded, except for mechanics liens, paid in the order in which the work began. In the event of a foreclosure, lien priority looks a little bit different. So in the event of foreclosure, before everybody else gets paid, the trustee gets paid the cost of the sale. Then you have your superior liens, real property taxes, and government special assessments. Then the deed of trust. And then all other liens in the order in which they're recorded, except for the mechanics lien, is paid in the order in which the work began. And if, and I really stress the word if there's any money left over once everybody else has been paid, if there's any money left over, the borrower will get some. Creditors can't get more than what they're due. So they only can get paid what they're owed. And the reason I stress the if on number 5 here is because if there's any surplus, we're probably not in foreclosure. We can probably avoid foreclosure. But in the event we pay everybody off, and again, this is what we were talking about earlier. Why does the lender pay taxes on your behalf? Because the government's going to get paid before they do. And if the government has to foreclose on you, the government doesn't care about everybody else. They just care about collecting their money for the taxes. So why they escrow your taxes and your homeowner's insurance is to help protect their interests. Anytime you go to closing, imagine a whole line of people standing there with their hand out, and everybody's standing in a certain order, and you pay people off. And when you get to the end of the line, when the money's out, the money's out. The only money I have to work with is the sales price of the home. Questions on this?
Julie, can you say one more time the trustee back? I don't even remember where I wrote it down. When you said the trustee, you said that was the attorney,
Correct.
but then here the trustee conducts the sale and transfers the title. Like, I'm just reading. Are we still talking about the attorney, or are we talking about
Yes.
bank?
The trustee is managing the affairs on behalf of the bank
Okay.
in a lien theory state. Okay. Before anybody faces foreclosure, or during, at some point during the foreclosure process, The borrower, depending on what state they're in, may have the opportunity to redeem themselves. If you're redeeming yourself, what are you doing? You're saving yourself, right? So if you have the opportunity to redeem yourself, you could be saving yourself from foreclosure. Now, there's a nice little picture at the bottom of page 368. Other states use an equity of redemption, which means the borrower has the right to redeem themselves before the foreclosure sale. In North Carolina, we use a statutory redemption, which means the borrower has the right to redeem themselves after the sale. So the sale happens, but it's not over yet in North Carolina. The borrower they get a 10-day period to match whatever the foreclosed price is, whatever the sale is for the foreclosure. And anytime there's a new bid, the borrower gets another 10 days. So if you have an upset bid, the borrower gets 10 days to come up with that amount. If they can't come up with the money after 10 days, then they've lost the property to foreclosure. So just because you're in default doesn't mean you're in foreclosure. Just because you're in default doesn't mean you're going to lose your house yet. We have the right to redeem ourselves, come up with the note due. Guys, I think a lot of times people that face foreclosures, I think they're embarrassed, and I get it. I get it. One thing homeowners could really do to help themselves when they feel they're starting to struggle financially and they're having a hard time paying this month's mortgage, next month's mortgage, one of the best things they can do is pick up the phone and call the bank and say, can you help me? Can you work with me for a couple months? What can you help me with? Because the bank, for most, I can't speak on behalf of the banks, the lenders, but for the most part, they'd rather work with you than go through the cost and the time and the money to foreclose on you. So if you ever have sellers or homeowners that are possibly in this situation, I'm going to talk about short sales in just a minute too. If you ever have homeowners in this situation, encourage them to call their lender and say, this is where I am. Maybe they'll reduce their payments for a couple months. Maybe they'll, somehow work with them. Everybody good with that? Nobody wants to go to foreclosure. Nobody wants to do a short sale that we'll talk about in just a minute. Maybe the lender will work with them. Maybe they won't. I'm not the lender, but what can it hurt to pick up the phone and call and ask? Questions on that? So what if the sales price of the home isn't enough to pay off all the debt? Let's say you can't sell the property for what it's worth. My mouse is getting away from me. There's a deficiency judgment. So if a foreclosure sales price is not enough to satisfy the liens, then the creditor can file for a deficiency judgment. A judgment is a general lien. Remember Unit 3? General liens attach to what? What do general liens attach to? Yep, the person. Remember we said specific liens attached to the property, general liens attached to the person. So if you have a deficiency judgment, you have a general lien, which means it's going to follow you everywhere you go until you get it paid off. Apply for a car loan, deficiency judgment is going to come up. Deficiency judgments are not allowed in seller financing in North Carolina because in seller financing, which I will talk about in just a minute, in seller financing, the seller's acting like the bank. So because of their role, they're already standing in line with their handout. They're already in line and they're close to the top. So if they don't get enough, they can't file for deficiency judgment. One way to possibly avoid foreclosure is a short sale. In order to have or to qualify for a short sale, we have to have these three things. These are three required ingredients. In a short sale, the purchase price is not enough to pay the cost of the sale. It's not enough to pay off all the lien holders. The homeowner is underwater. They owe more than the home is worth. That's what it means to be underwater. You owe more than what you can sell your house for. In addition to the sales price not being sufficient, they're going to look at the seller's liquid assets to see if that can make up for it. What's in your savings account? And the third piece of it is we have to have the lien holders. In most cases in a short sale, there are multiple lien holders, and they all have to agree to release the liens and receiving less than what they're owed. Whether or not the borrower can do a short sale or a foreclosure depends on the lender. Whether or not the lender is going to allow you to do a short sale is going to depend on time and cost. The lender is going to look for themselves, which is going to cost me the least amount of time, what's going to cost me the least amount of money. Maybe it's a short sale, maybe it's not. We have to have the lien holder's permission. So let's take a pause right here and take a break. I'm not done talking about short sales just yet. So let's take a pause, take a break. We come back, we'll talk more about short sales and then get any of your questions about short sales. So let's take 10. alarm sounds a little dull, doesn't it? It kind of lost its, like off a half a note or something. That was really weird. Maybe I need to find a new alarm. All right, we're back. Cameras are on and I can see you. Twofold. Camera on and I see you. Please adjust cameras. Turn them on. Okay, so short sales, and I'm not going to go fully into my PowerPoint just because we're getting ready to go look at a form in just a second. So again, there's three pieces for a short sale. Purchase price isn't enough to pay off the debt. Homeowner doesn't have enough liquid assets, but the lien holders have to agree. And guys, that's what takes so long, is the lien holders have to agree. So here's basically how these things work. Seller puts their home on the market. Buyer comes in, makes an offer. Buyer and seller negotiate terms of offer as they always will. That part has not changed. Once we have a signed contract in our hand, once we have the parties come to an agreement and we have a signed contract in our hand, then the lien holders start their process to determine how much are you asking me to give up, and to agree, if they do take less than what's owed, that they're still going to release their liens. If we can't get the lien holders agreement, then the seller can't sell because they still owe that money. As we said, a lot of times with short sales, there are multiple lien holders. So the more lien holders you have, the longer this can take to get their approval, get their permission. But the lien holders won't start their process until we have a signed contract. Please don't let the term short sale mislead you. A short sale has nothing to do with the amount of time that it takes. A short sale is a short sale because the owner is short on funds. The borrower is short on funds. They say on average, you can expect these things to take about 6 months to get approval. There's nothing short about them. I've done 2 of these, both buyer's agent on both of them. My first short sale was 4 months. My second short sale was 11 and a half very long months waiting on lien holders approvals. But guys, we had like 3 mortgages. There was a lien on a failed startup business. There was a lien from the IRS. I don't know if you've ever tried to get a rapid response from the IRS before, but that doesn't happen. So we had a lot of people that had to agree to release 11 and a half months. And I get paid when it closes. Nobody ever worked harder for a commission check than I did on that one transaction. I'm just 11 and a half months. In North Carolina, the fact that it's a possible short sale is a material fact. It's got to be advertised as a potential short sale. Okay, so it's a potential short sale. We don't have short sale approval until the lien holders approve. Was it worth it? The listing agent, somebody asked if the seller has agency. Absolutely. Sellers, that part of the process doesn't change. Hire an agent, list their house for you. If you're ever called to list a possible short sale, you need to advise your seller to call their attorney and call their accountant. CYA and CYA, call their attorney and call their accountant. They got to get everybody involved. Buyer's agents, when you present your buyer's offer, you're going to do so with the short sale addendum, and we're getting ready to look at that in just a second. So again, the 2 parties negotiate, go under contract. That part hasn't changed. What's different is now that we're under contract, now we just pretty much sit and wait patiently for the lien holders, whether or not we're going to get the lien holders approval. So if we look in the unit 14 and 15, I'm in Learn Test Pass. And I'm under the 14 and 15 material. And we have some additional financing addenda. One of the ones that we talked about is our FHA VA financing addendum, if you want to look at it. But I do just want to look at our short sale addendum quickly, because I think the first thing that it does is it defines what a short sale is. Purchase price is insufficient for the seller to pay the cost of the sale, and the seller doesn't have sufficient liquid assets, and the lien holders agree to release or discharge their liens. Again, if we don't get lien holder approval, the seller can't sell short sale. They'd either have to face foreclosure or, possibly bankruptcy. The thing about a short sale for the borrower, for the homeowner, short sales don't stay on your record as long as foreclosures. Foreclosure will follow you, your credit report, for like 7 years. A short sale only stays with you for 3. So obviously for the borrower, if we can only have that blemish on our credit for 3 years, that's better than 7. But again, it's up to the lien holders. This form goes over the risks. Buyer and seller understand and agree that no lien holder is required or obligated to approve a short sale. If you have 5 lien holders total and 4 approve and 1 doesn't, you can't go through with the short sale. Lien holders may require some terms of the contract to be changed. Once we're under contract, they can require them to be changed, but neither party is obligated to agree to any of those changes. So if the lien holder says we need to make this change, buyer or seller say no, you're not going to get short sale approval. The buyers need to understand that the seller may not be able to financially make any repairs to the property. Remember, sellers aren't required to do any repairs anyway. This doesn't change in a short sale. But what the buyer needs to understand is the seller may not be allowed to do repairs. And think about it. If you owe lien holders and the lien holder finds out you're putting $5,000 down towards electrical work, the lien holder is going to say, whoa, 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 why didn't you give me that $5,000 instead of putting it into repairs? So it's not that the seller doesn't want to, they may not be allowed to do any repairs. If there's any due diligence and we find out that we don't get approval, the due diligence fee is not going to be refundable. Buyer's agents do a little bit of due diligence and a whole lot of earnest money in these cases, because the earnest money we can get back. Lien holders approval may take several weeks or months to obtain. Neither the seller nor the agents can guarantee the timeliness. And then neither the buyer, the seller, the closing attorney, nor the brokers have any control over lien holders approval. The name of the game with a short sale is patience. You put it under contract, you send it off to the lien holders, or the seller sends it off to the lien holders, and everybody just sits and waits. You can't call the lien holder every day. Have you made a decision yet? Have you made a decision yet? Have you made a decision yet? It doesn't work like that. We have no guarantee. I don't know. We say on average 6 months. Average means what? Could be less than 6 months. Could be more than 6 months. The short sale creates, let me rephrase that. The short sale addendum creates a contingency. Remember, we talked about a contingency. In order for me to do this, I have to first do that. The contingency created in the short sale says, I can only sell my house to you if I have the lien holder's approval. So if I don't get the lien holders approvals, then I cannot sell my house to you. It creates a contingency. While the lien holders are deciding if they're going to agree to this or not, the buyer's going to have some earnest money, but the buyer has the right to terminate at any time prior to acceptance, lien holders acceptance. And if they do terminate, they'll get their earnest money back. So at least there's that. And that's why I said a little bit of due diligence and a whole lot of earnest money. If the buyer's in it for 6 months and they say, oh my God, I'm done, I don't want to do this anymore, they can terminate, they can get their earnest money back. They still have a due diligence period and a settlement date. I can't put actual dates in here though, because I don't know when I'm going to get the lien holder's permission. I'm not going to have my buyer do inspections until I know that we got the lien holder's approval. So we're not really starting due diligence until we get that lien holder's approval. I'm not going to have my buyer spend money on a home inspection if they can't get the property. So I can't put a date in here. So they give us 15 days for due diligence, and we'll see in a second, 30 days for settlement, or we could put in a number of days. So if it's not 15 days from acceptance, then it's 30 days or 20 days, whatever the parties agree to. So this is addressing those dates, and here's settlement, 30 days for settlement. If you have a contract, you're a buyer and you have a contract and another offer comes in, first off, if I'm the listing agent, I'm under contract, the lien holders are going through their process, deciding if they want to approve, and another offer comes in, do I have to present that to my seller? I see lots of heads bobbing up and down, and the answer is yes. Why? Because I present what offers? All of them. You're already under contract and you get an offer, you present it. We negotiate the terms as always. We go under contract, and that contract is submitted to the lien holders for them to consider. So now we have two. Remember, it's a contingency though. The seller can only sell to one, but the lien holders are going to want to consider both offers. Excuse me, both contracts. They're going to want to consider both contracts. One will get acceptance, one will not. So you can have multiple contracts, isn't that something? You can have multiple contracts waiting on lien holders' approval. And again, I'll let you guys take a look at this. Foreclosure, if it leads to foreclosure or bankruptcy, possibly. Once we get all the lien holders' approval, the seller has to provide written notice that we've received lien holders' approval. And that's what this last page is. It's an opportunity for the seller to say, hey, I've gotten my lien holders' approval. We can now move forward. And once you get this written notice, now I think is when your buyers can start doing their due diligence, securing their loan, that kind of thing. I'm not trying to get my buyers to spend money for no reason. So we want the lien holders' approval, I would think, before we did the home inspection.
Julie, can you say that again about the multiple contracts? You can have multiple contracts only in a short sale, not in a regular.
Correct.
Okay. Because you're basically presenting the short sale first to lien holders, and whichever one they say yes to is basically then the buyer that wins the bid.
That's right. That's right.
Okay.
The lien holders are going to look at the contracts in their hands and basically ask themselves, which one is better for me? And they'll accept that one. Remember, a short sale addendum creates a contingency. And that contingency from the seller says, I can only sell you my house if I get lien holder approval. So you could have 5 contracts, but you're only going to get 1 lien holder approval.
But that only applies to short sales. If we're doing a standard, regular,
We're talking about short sales right now.
Okay.
Correct.
Okay. I'm just trying to keep it straight in my
I
head.
understand. Yep. So don't think about other contracts right now because we're only talking about short sales.
Short sales. Okay.
Julie, I have
Okay.
a question.
Yep.
So with the short sale, so with it has to be a material fact with that. So me being a buyer's agent and that being a material fact, would I go ahead and let my buyers know in a sense? So with
Oh, you bet. Because what material facts what do I tell? What do I disclose? So the fact, it's got to be advertised. It's called a potential short sale. So buyer's agents, how do you know? Because it's in MLS as a potential short sale. And you have to tell your buyer, this is a potential short sale because it's a material fact.
So I guess the lender being the one making the decision, I guess it'll be more appealing to them if, my buyers go above the listing price to make it, I guess a little bit more appealing to the lenders essentially.
I guess, yeah, if you can talk your buyers into that. Right? Other questions on a short sale? I'm telling you guys, patience are what these things are about. Oh, and by the way, my 11 and a half months were like really good friends of mine. We go to dinner about once a month. So I got to hear, they even sick their 7-year-old on me. Auntie Julie, when can I move into my house? I'm like, oh, you guys, that's just mean. What are you doing? Auntie Julie has no control over that. Patience is the name of the game. Questions? Short sale? Again, whether or not a short sale is even an option, your seller needs to pick up the phone and call their lender. Short sale is better for the borrower than a foreclosure. So the lenders pick who buys a short sale. I advertise the home for sale. My buyers come from the same place, same MLS, same advertising. They pick which contract is going to cost them the less money. Which contract is the one that's best for them. Guys, remember, through the eyes of the lender. Well, I mean, it's not just the lender, is it? Let's face it, we're in a me society, right? So the lender is, what's in it for me? What's the loss for me? What's the loss of money for me? What's the loss of time for me? That's what the lender's gonna care about. That's what the lender's gonna ask themselves. As an investor, is there a place to find short sales? I mean, we got it in MLS. I don't know if there's a website, a certain website, but if you go through a listing agent, they're flagged in MLS as potential short sale. Google short sale listings after class. Don't do it now. Okay. A short sale is one possible way that a homeowner can sell their property. I don't know why. Probably the most common way that homeowners sell their properties are not listed in your book. So I'm going to go off tech. I don't know why. I'm going to go off textbook for 1 second. Probably the type of transaction that we see on a regular basis is a cash sale. And for a cash sale, the seller pays off their existing liens. The deed changes hands to the buyer. The seller pays off their existing liens, and whatever's left is the seller's net, is the seller's proceeds from the sale. And that's just referred to a cash sale because the seller's paying it off in cash before they convey that new deed. I don't know why it's not in your book. Anybody have this written down? Because it's not in your book. Cash sale is what we see the most often. So they pay off their existing mortgages, liens. Pretty much they're starting the new owner with a clean slate, right? We do a deed of release for the existing mortgages, record the new deed for the buyer, and then record the buyer's brand new deed of trust. Your book talks about some other ways that we can convey property. And one is called subject to the mortgage, in which case the seller gives the buyer their mortgage, but the seller maintains the liability. The seller keeps the liability in the event of the buyer's default. As you can imagine, this is very rare. Would you agree to do this? Absolutely not. Incredibly rare. I'm not talking about listing the property. I'm talking about conveying the property with a mortgage. Very, very rare. Y'all want me to whip my crystal ball out? I got a crystal ball. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Another way to clear the mortgage is the buyer assuming the seller's loan. And my crystal ball tells me in about 5-10 years, we're going to see a lot of this. When the buyer assumes the seller's loan, liability may be on both. They'll go after the buyer first and then possibly the seller. When the buyer assumes the seller's loan, they take over the loan payment exactly how it is. So the seller makes the loan payment, the mortgage payment on February 1st. We go to closing on February 8th. And on March 1st, the buyer, now the new owner, makes the payment. The interest rate stays the same, the term stays the same, the amount due stays the same. The only thing that changes is the names of one of the parties. Kind of sounds like an assignment, doesn't it? The buyer is assuming the seller's loan. This is why I think we're going to see this in 5-10 years. Last year, interest rates were generated at historically low. People were buying homes last year at a 2-point-something% interest rate and a 3-point-something% interest rate. You could buy a house with a 2-point-something% interest rate. We're starting to see those interest rates creep up a little bit. Maybe it's 3-point-something. Refinancing are a little bit different. Maybe it's this year it's 3-point-something. We're still seeing some 2-point-somethings, but we're seeing 3-point. Next year it might be 4. The year after that it might be 5. We're going to see interest rates creep up a little bit. Y'all don't get excited. 5% interest rate is not terrible. 6% is not terrible. I mean, my parents bought a home 30 years ago at like 13% or something crazy like that. I don't think we're going to get that high again. But if you have a house for sale, let's say you bought a house this year, somebody said 2.15%, 2-point-something, I think is what I said. If you bought a house this year for 2.15%, fast forward 10 years. In 10 years, interest rates are now at 5.5%. And you put your house up for sale and you advertise that the buyer can assume your loan and take over the 2.15% interest rate, or originate a new loan at 5.5% interest rate. As a buyer, doesn't this look a lot more intriguing? And if the house across the street from me is for sale and I can advertise this, I can try to sell before originating a new loan at 5.5. So let's say sales price is $100,000. The seller owes $50,000 to the lender. The buyer would take over that payment of $50,000. Interest rate stays the same, amount due, all that stays the same. So they take over their mortgage, their loan of $50,000, which means at settlement, the buyer's got to bring some cash to the seller. The buyer will have to bring the difference. So the buyer comes up with $50,000. They assume the seller's loan of $50,000. And by assuming the loan, they get in at 2.15% interest rate. That's my crystal ball. That's what I think. I think that's something we're going to see a lot more of somewhere down the road. Questions or comments on that? And the buyer's got to go through the exact same process, right? They got to get approved by the lender. It's not just any buyer. They still have to get approval. What happens if the new buyer defaults? The liability may be on both, but they're going to go after the buyer first in this case. When the seller lose their equity, they're selling the home, so they're losing their equity in that home anyway. They no longer have an interest. The original owner may be, see where it says liability may be on both, that would be up to the lender. How is this beneficial to the seller? Because I can sell my house before all the other homes in the neighborhood because I can guarantee you 2.15% interest rate versus you originating a new loan at 5.5%. Most loans are assumable. We'll talk about that in just a minute. Sellers don't have to agree to do this. Buyers may not want to do this, but I have a feeling we're going to see a lot more because of these interest rates that we're seeing right now, these historically low interest rates that we're seeing right now. Assuming a seller's mortgage, they take it over. Like I said, seller made the payment on February 1st, deed changed hands on February 8th. The new owner makes the payment on March 1st. They just took it over. Questions? Okay, again, you guys, what do we see most of the time? Cash sale. Seller pays off their loans, all their liens, new deed. Buyer moves on without them. We'll see what happens. Okay, so we've talked about the deed. Let's talk a little bit more about the promissory note. Remember, the promissory note is the IOU. It's the bilateral contract between the borrower and the lender. The borrower signs it, agreeing to the terms. The promissory note does not get recorded. We got some essential elements, some required ingredients, if you will, to the promissory note. You have to have the terms spelled out. How much do you owe, at when, interest rate, all the terms of the loan. It's an IOU, so it's a promise to pay. Isn't that did you ever do an IOU on a napkin when you were a kid? IOU for milk, right? It's a promise to pay. And then the borrower needs to sign it. They got to agree to this promise to pay. Most promissory notes are a negotiable instrument. And if they're a negotiable instrument, then the lender can sell your loan. It's freely transferable. There's a lot of lenders out there that sell your loan once they originated. And again, we'll talk more about that in Unit 15. Some lenders do keep their loans in-house. Some lenders do service their own loans. Some sell them, some service them. If they want to service them, if they want to sell them, then it's got to be a negotiable instrument. A non-negotiable instrument then would be one that's not sellable. It's not freely transferable. There's some provisions, common provisions that we see in the promissory note. Acceleration clause. When the borrower defaults, when the borrower stops making payments and they default, the lender has the right to accelerate when the note is due. They can accelerate the maturity of the debt. So the borrower stops making their payments, the lender can say, you owe me everything. I did give you 30 years to pay this off, but you stopped paying, so now you got to pay me off now. They've accelerated the maturity of the loan. Some promissory notes have a prepayment penalty. The prepayment penalty would be a penalty for paying it off early. We're going to talk about the different loan types in Unit 15. Conventional loans. Any conventional loan less than $150,000 cannot have a prepayment penalty. In other words, you can't be charged for paying it off early. $150,000 or less on a conventional loan. FHA and VA loans can't have a prepayment penalty. So really, we're talking about possibly a conventional loan of $150,000 or more. Maybe there's a prepayment penalty. Maybe they'll charge you for paying it off early. And then the due on sale clause in the promissory note says when is the entire amount due? It's due on the sale of the property. So if you sell your home before you've paid it off, the due on sale clause says you're going to pay it off before you get your proceeds, before you get your check. You're going to pay me. Due on sale. It's due when? When you sell it. And that can also be referred to as the alienation clause. So let's see. A bank loans Roy, a home purchaser, $350,000 at 4% interest rate, repayable in monthly installments for 30 years. Several years later, Roy defaults by missing 4 payments and he still owes $338,000. Oh, Roy. The bank sent a notice of default, gave Roy an opportunity to catch up, but our boy Roy just never responded. The bank initiated the acceleration clause. If Roy does not come up with the entire amount due, the bank will begin the foreclosure process. They accelerated when it was due. The prepayment penalty, you're charged a penalty for paying it off early. Not allowed on FHA or VA. Not allowed on conventional loan less than $150,000. Questions on your promissory note? I agree, Matt, it's rare, but they're still out there. So we need to be aware of them. Maybe 150 conventional loan, $150,000 or more. Possible test question. It's in the syllabus. It's a good candidate for your exam. That's why we're talking about it. Okay. Let's define some more words. The principal is the amount of money you borrow from the bank. You walk in the bank, you say, I want to buy a house, give me X amount. That's the principal. The interest is what the bank charges you to borrow that money. Again, I don't know why lenders and banks get a bad rep. Banks have to get that money from somewhere to lend you. Usually they got to pay for that money to lend you. It's not like lenders have this endless supply of cash somewhere, right? They don't have a money tree out back that they can pluck $100,000 bill from it and say, here you go. They got to get that money from somewhere themselves, and they have to pay to get that money. So those costs are passed on to us. Again, we'll talk more about that process when we start Unit 15. Your principal and your interest together are known as your debt service. Your principal and your interest together are your debt service. Your debt service is your principal and your interest. The debt service is what you owe the bank. You guys, please write that down. It's way too easy to tell you principal and interest on your test. What do you think they're going to call it on your test? Debt service. So what's your debt service? It's your principal and your interest. Your PITI, as some of you like to call it, your pity, makes up the mortgage payment that you send in your bank every month. Principal and interest, taxes, and insurance. Principal, interest, taxes, and insurance. Remember, we talked about taking 1/12 of annual taxes and 1/12 of annual homeowners insurance. That's your TI. Taxes and insurance. Those 4 pieces together make up the amount that you send the bank every month, your lender every month. An amortized loan is it's regular level payments every month. Regular level payments every month. Your debt service is the same every single month. On month 1, your debt service is the same as month 12, as the same as month 36, as the same as month 150. Your debt service stays the same every single month. What changes is how much is applied to your principal and how much is applied to your interest each month. Again, homeowners on the call. You know, sometimes your mortgage payment goes up, doesn't it? Sometimes you have to pay more this year than what you did last year. What causes it to go up are your taxes and insurance going up. Taxes go up, they got to collect more from you to pay that bill on your behalf. Insurance goes up. They got to collect more from you to pay that bill on your behalf. But your principal and your interest stay the same every single month. And this is the math that we're getting ready to do. Let's look at a picture on page 374. There's your level payment, amortization. You see the line at the top is the same, right? That represents how much you're paying for your debt service every month. The light gray is your principal, the dark gray is your interest. So when you originate a loan, you start by paying a little bit of principal and a whole lot of interest. But look at what happens as time goes on. You're paying more and more principal, less and less interest. Who gets paid first this way? Who gets paid first? It's the bank. Did y'all know many years ago? I mean, I don't know, maybe starting the days of my parents, maybe in the days of like my grandparents. I mean, let's go way back here. People would buy homes and own them for 30, 50, 80 years. Once they bought a home, when they got married, they will live in it forever. Today, on average, we're selling every 8 to 10 years. So on average, we're taking out a 30-year loan. The lender knows darn well you're not going to be around for 30 years. You're going to be gone in 9 years. So how can they make money? They charge your interest up front. And again, this PI, the debt service math, the amortization, that's a hard word. Please don't ask me to spell it after I get off this slide, because I can't. But the amortization is the same every single month. Do I have questions on that so far? Debt service? Okay. So here's another picture for you. I think this just does a nice job of breaking down what happens to your pity. Principal and interest, taxes and insurance. Your principal is what you borrowed. We're going to talk about equity, building equity in your home. We get to unit, I think it's 18, we talk about that. Interest is what you're paying the bank to borrow that principal. There's no free money. Your taxes and insurance, they take your annual taxes, they divide it by 12. That's add on to your monthly payment. They take your annual homeowner's insurance and divide it by 12. Most lenders have an escrow account that your money sits in your escrow account. And when your taxes and insurance come due, they pay those bills on your behalf because they don't want Forsyth County to foreclose on you. They don't want the house to burn down and you run away in the middle of the night. Now they're stuck with trying to sell a lot. They're protecting their interest. Questions on this? Some people stay. I bought this house in 2020. So we're like a year and a half into it. I'm not calling this my forever home. I'm calling it my until I'm ready for a retirement home. So I don't plan on going anywhere else until I go to the community, we'll call it. We'll see how my plans work out for me. But because my husband's already talking about buying another house. Moving sucks. There, I said it. All right, let's talk about this debt service. Debt service is what? I see your mouths move. Debt service is what? Principal and interest. Interest is payable in arrears. When you made your mortgage payment on February 1st, you were paying January's interest. When you make your mortgage payment on March 1st, you are paying February's interest. Interest is in arrears. So when you make this payment, you're always paying the previous month's interest. Why don't you guys look with me real quick? Where's your rear? Your rear is behind you. So interest is paid behind. If you never remember where your rear is. Interest is payable in arrears. Most of the loans that we deal with are amortized, full level payments every month. A fully amortized loan means when you make your last payment, your balance is zero. You have fully amortized that loan. 30-year loan, you're making 360 payments. What's 30 times 12? 360. On month 360, you make that last payment and your balance is zero. You have fully amortized that loan. A partially amortized loan then means when you make your last payment, you still have an amount due. And that amount due is called a balloon payment. So you pay the 30 years, 360 times, you make that last payment and you have a balance. And you knew this when you signed your promissory note, when you originated the loan. You have a payment due, that's your balloon payment. And as we've been saying, most lenders will have escrow accounts for taxes and insurance. Questions, comments so far? Right. First math we get to do in unit 14 is to amortize a loan. So what I've given you guys is 3 formulas. So what I want you to do is write down these 3 formulas. Formulas mean what? Formulas mean you memorize them. You put them on flashcards. You know what these formulas are. So take a minute, write these down, and then we'll talk about what it means. These 3 formulas can also be seen as the 3 steps to amortize a loan. Every single month we amortize a loan. Remember, the payment's the same. What changes is how much is applied to interest and how much is applied to principal. Go back and look at our picture on page 374. So how do we determine how much is applied to interest and how much is applied to principal? And how we determine that is by looking at our 3 steps. Understand, any of these could be a good candidate. You could be asked to find monthly interest. You could be asked to find monthly principal. You could be asked to find next month's balance. So 3 steps, 3 formulas. I see 3 index cards in your future. Here's my crystal ball again. Questions so far before we look at the math? You guys got this written down? Because you're gonna want to refer to it while you're learning it. It's how we learn. Let's go ahead. I know we're a little early on break, but let's go ahead and take our break because I don't want to get started on something and then have to stop. So let's go ahead and take a few minutes early break. And when we come back, we'll learn how to amortize a loan. We'll take those 3 steps and make them work for us. So let's take 10.
Julie?
Yeah.
This is quickly off script. If I'm trying to buy something without any agents,
I'm
can't do
sorry, I
it?
can't hear you over the alarm. I couldn't hear you. The alarm was going. What was your question?
I'll ask you after class.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll stay around after class. Sure. All right. We back? I can hear you or see you. All right, you guys got these 3 steps written down? 3 formulas, 3 steps, whatever you want to call them. So we're going to refer back to these as we amortize a loan. Your buyer's approved for $100,000 loan at a 5% interest rate for 30 years. Monthly principal and interest payment is $499.55. Find the balance of the loan after the first month payment. When I amortize a loan, I like nice, neat columns and rows. And our amortized loan consists of 4 parts. And we do the same for month 1, for month 2, for month 3, and so on. If it's a 30-year loan, you're going to do this 360 times. My monthly payment is the same every single month. My monthly debt service, my monthly principal and interest, whatever you want to call it. In this case, every single month, my debt service is $499.55. Month 1 is $499.55. Month 115, it's $499.55. My balance, when I originated the loan on month 1, I went to the bank and I said, give me $100,000. This and the interest rate, this is it. This is all you need to amortize this thing 360 times. That and your 3 steps. So if you set yourself up with nice, neat rows and columns, you can clearly see we're talking about month 1, month 2, and so on. So let's look and actually, I apologize. Nope, that's not going to work. All right, we're just going to do the best that I can. All right, let's look at our 3 steps. So step 1 says we take our balance. Y'all look ahead, look along with me. Times our interest rate gives you annual interest. Balance times the interest rate gives you annual interest. Divide your annual interest by 12 to get your first month's monthly interest. And I'm going to round. I took my balance times my interest rate to get annual interest. And then I divided by 12 to get monthly interest. That's step 1. Step 1 is to find monthly interest. Do I have any questions on step 1? I found my first month. How much of interest is going to be applied? Here's your formulas again. And I'm sorry, I can't erase my pink. Okay, good. So we have our monthly interest for the first month. Step 2, I need to find my monthly principal. My monthly payment is made up of my principal and my interest, right? Isn't that my debt service? My monthly payment is my debt service, is my principal and my interest. So to find my first month's monthly principal, I take my payment minus my first month's interest. and I get a monthly principal of $82.88. This is a great place to stop and check yourself, because principal plus interest should equal your monthly payment. Remember, we're paying $499.55. It's the same every month. It's how we apply it. How much is applied to interest? How much is applied to principal? So step one, I found my monthly interest. Step two, I found my monthly principal. And step three is to find my balance going into month two. The principal is what reduces the balance. The principal is what reduces the balance. So if you take your balance minus your principal, going into month two, I now owe the bank $99,917.12, because that principal payment of $82.88 is what reduces my balance. Now that I'm in month two, I do my 3 steps again. If you do that 360 times, you've amortized your whole loan. Again, my homeowner's on the call. You got that package of paperwork from the lender's office, I'm sorry, from the attorney's office when you bought your house, and it probably got shuffled in the move, and maybe you found it and you stuck it in a file cabinet and you probably never looked at it again. If you were to go to your file cabinet and pull that package out from the attorney, you're going to find your amortization schedule. You're going to find that they amortized your whole loan 360 times to show you what's happening to your monthly payment of $499.55. I'll talk a little bit more about this, but let's make sure we got the steps down. So what I want you guys to do is use your 3 steps, amortize the loan starting from your new balance, $99,917.12, and tell me in a private chat what's your balance going into month 3. Use your 3 steps, and what's your balance going into month 3. That's correct. You do your 3 steps, starting with your new balance of $99,917.12. Your interest is going to be different every month. Your principal is going to be different every month because you're starting with a new balance every month. So step 1, start with a balance of $99,917.12. Balance times the interest rate gives you annual interest. Divide by 12 to get monthly. That's step 1. Give you about 30 more seconds. Okay. So you guys got your steps right there in front of you. My balance going into month 2 is $99,917.12. 12 cents. My interest rate stays the same. So take my balance times my interest rate to get annual interest. Divide by 12 to get my second month's monthly interest. So going into month 2, see how my interest came down? Just a little bit. Remember, you start by paying a whole lot of interest, a little bit of principal, and that shifts as we go. So each month, we're going to see a little less interest and a little more principal. So month 2, we're paying a little bit less interest, $416.32, step 1, monthly interest. Step 2 says my payment minus my interest equals my principal for month 2. See how my principal came up just a little bit. Just a little bit. Step 3, balance reduces the interest rate. So my balance going into it is $99,917.12. I'm sorry, the principal reduces my balance. There we go. Principal reduces balance. So now my balance going into month 3, now I only owe the bank $99,833.89. Do it again for month 3, again for month 4, so on. 3 steps. Find the monthly interest, find the monthly principal, find next month's balance. Any 3 of those is a good candidate for your test. Let me say this too. They're not going to ask you to go into month 15. When you see a test question, it's going to be like month 1 or month 2, right? So you're not going to have to go in. Time is an issue. And of course, I got plenty of practice for you that I'll show you in just a second, but let me make sure we don't have any questions. 3 steps, flashcards. If you get those 3 steps, you could spit these out 360 months. Questions on how I got the $99,833.89? Okay. So let me back out of this because I know if I don't show you now, I'll forget. So I'm going to back out of this for 1 second. And if you look in Learn, Test, Pass, under the 14-15 material, I'm in Learn, Test, Pass, unit 14 and 15. What I have done is amortize that same loan for you for 12 months. And I'm telling you, if you can do this, those 3 steps 12 times, you'll have this down pat. You won't even have to think about it. So use this not to study. This is not going to be on your test, but use this to grade yourself once you amortize this loan a couple months until you get those 3 steps down pat. And look, we first started interest of $416.67. Of the $49.55, my first month's monthly interest was $416.67. See how that comes down as we go? Just a little bit. It happens so gradually. By the end of year 1, now we're applying $412. It's only $4. Remember, it's small at first, but then we added $4 to the principal. That amount comes up. So again, back to our picture on 374, you start by paying a whole lot of interest and a little bit of principal, But look on page 364 as you go on. I mean, that's a 30-year loan. So look about halfway. Now you're not paying near as much interest, are you? You're paying a little bit more principal. Look at what happens at the end of the loan, the end of the 30-year loan. All you're paying is principal. You're not paying that interest. So interest is going to be paid first. That's why we start with interest payments so much higher than principal payments. Principal reduces the balance. So let's say, for example, you get a bonus from work, and that bonus is $500. And you decide to apply that $500 to your mortgage payment. That will reduce your balance for the next month by an extra $500 because principal reduces the balance. I've always heard the first year you own a home, if you can just at least put down 20 extra bucks, that all goes to the principal, and that's that much less interest you'll have to pay at the end. So anytime as a homeowner, you can put more down, that goes towards the principal. Now, with that being said, please remember every lender is different. So before you make that payment, you need to check with your lender. You need to make sure you don't have a prepayment penalty. And you need to make sure that you tell your lender to put that towards your principal. But yeah, you buy a house, even if you up this to $102.88, just add that 20 extra dollars is paying down your balance that much faster. The faster you pay down the balance, the less interest you have to pay. Because interest is calculated off a balance, principal reduces the balance. There's your life lesson for the day. So my homeowners, sit down with a checkbook tonight and see if you can do 20 extra bucks once you talk to your lender. Make sure your lender knows what to do that money, and they're not going to charge you a penalty for that, for paying that 20 bucks. Questions on this? Comments? Again, you do those 3 steps 12 times, I promise you. Could be asked monthly interest, could be asked monthly payment, could be asked what your balance is going into the next month. Questions? So what we did here is amortize monthly. Each month we determine how much is applied to interest and how much is applied to principal. This is amortizing monthly. We're taking the monthly payment and we're breaking it down between interest and principal. You could also be asked on your exam, how much interest would you pay over the life of the loan? So interest over the life of the loan means in 30 years from now, when you pay this loan back, how much interest would you have paid? So you have 2 choices. You can either amortize this thing 360 times and then add up this interest column, or for timing purposes, you can consider the formula for interest over the life of the loan. Please write this down and then we'll talk about it. Take a screenshot, take a picture, somehow get it. So if you're ever asked interest over the life of the loan, you start with your monthly payment. Your monthly payment is your debt service. How much are you paying for your debt service? Same every month. And then we're going to times that by the number of months. If it's a 30-year loan, on your calculator, you take 30 times 12. How many months is that? 360 months. That gives you your total debt service. You deduct your principal to get your interest over the life of the loan. So in the problem we just looked at, Our monthly payment is $499.55. That's what you pay every month. You're going to do that 360 times. Of course, this is assuming you don't make any extra payments on your principal. So over 360 months, that gives you principal and interest of $179,838. Deduct your principal. How much did you borrow from the bank? And that gives you your interest, assuming you don't make any extra monthly payments. Assuming you pay the $499.55 every month, in 30 years, you will have paid $79,838 in interest. The $100,000 is the balance. It's the loan amount. Can you substitute principal with balance? No. I guess if that helps you make it easier to remember, I would think that would be confusing, but whatever works for you. Principal is one thing, balance when you're amortizing is something else. Interest is eye-opening, isn't it? I bet you my homeowners, when they leave this call in about 40 minutes, they're going to go crunch a number. I'm telling you, no, not for year one. It is for the life of the loan. What's the life of the loan? This one is for 30 years. So in 30-year time, you're going to pay $79,838 in interest. That's eye-opening, isn't it? Again, if you can put down 20 extra bucks a month, no, it's 30 years, and we want the number of months. There's 12 months in a year. So if you take 30 and times it by 12, you get 360. Interest over the life of the loan versus amortizing monthly. Amortizing monthly, you're breaking it down each month 360 times. Interest over the life of the loan, you're looking at the big picture. How much am I going to end up paying in interest over the life of the loan? Bob, I'm with you. I think I told you guys I paid my condo off last year, and I paid it off early. A 30-year loan, I paid it off in 16 years, so almost halfway. Think about how much interest I didn't pay. I still paid the principal, right? I still paid what I borrowed, but think about how much interest I didn't pay. And I started on year one. My closing attorney looked at me, that was a friend of mine, and he said, Julie, 20 bucks a month would make all the difference. Okay, amortized monthly or interest over the life of the loan. Question about 30-year loan or 15-year loan. So that's up to the borrower. So all lenders have different terms. All borrowers have different needs. We'll talk a little bit more about that. 15-year loan is going to have higher monthly payments than a 30-year loan. Not all borrowers can swing that. Not all borrowers can apply, can get approved for that. We'll talk about the different loan products. Okay. Another formula is financing units. So we got lots of math. Another formula is the formula for simple interest. This is how the bank determines when you walk into the bank and say, give me money. This is how the bank determines how much interest they're going to make. Now, the good news is we're only dealing with simple interest. If you ask me about compound interest, I'm going to tell you I don't know, because you know what I don't know about? Compound interest. Good news, we don't have to worry about simple interest. For the bank to determine how much interest they're going to get, what's in it for me. If I give you money, what's in it for me? And that's the bank's interest. You take your principal times the rate times time. and time is in years. So when the problem gives you 12 months, how many years is that? 12 months is 1 year. 360 months is 30 years. So time is in years. Do I have any T-bar fans in here now? Have I converted anybody? Where are my T-bar fans? Y'all want to know what I did? Oh yeah. Oh, I sure did. A simple tweak to the T-bar says we can use interest on top, principal, rate, time. If you're solving for interest, it's easy. Principal times rate times time. I think where the T-bar comes into handy is when you're asked to solve for principal, or you're asked to solve for rate, or you're asked to solve for time. And that's why I think the T-bar can be helpful, because at some point you got to divide. And so the T-bar helps us know when to divide. So you either use the formula or the T-bar, or like me and do some combination of the two. Doesn't matter. If I have this, we get to look at an example. Everybody good? What amount of simple interest would be due at the end of 24 months on a $25,000 loan at 8% annual interest? And you can tell me in a private chat what you think simple interest is. Principal times rate times time. And remember, time is in years. Principal times rate times time. Time is in years. Principal times rate times time. So if I take my principal times rate times time, I get interest of $4,000. So the bank is saying, I give you this loan of $25,000 at an 8% interest rate that's good for 24 months. The bank now knows they will make $4,000 off of you. That's what the bank wants to know. Time is in years. Yep. Yeah, when your interest is more than the loan, you may want to go back and look at that again. I mean, the banks like to make money, but.
So Julie, being that
Yes.
you know this simple interest, if you calculate this at the beginning and go ahead and make that say 4,000 up front, you can avoid, I guess.
This is not through the eyes of the borrower. This is the eyes, the lender wants to know how much can I make?
Oh, so this doesn't account to like paying it off early.
That's right.
Oh, okay.
That's right. Yep. This is through the eyes of the lender. If I loan you $25,000 at 8% interest for 24 months, what's in it for me? How much am I going to get? So let's pretend for a second, looking at our new T-bar. Let's just pretend for 1 second. Hear me? Everybody, please listen, because we're going to pretend. Let's pretend that the problem gives me interest. It gives me the 4,000, but it asks me what the principal is. Let's pretend that we don't know what the principal is. And this is where I think the T-bar comes into handy. I know my 4,000 interest. I'm solving for principal, 8% rate, and it's still in 2 years. Again, If you're ever asked for principal, rate, or time, then you're going to have to divide something. And I think this is where the T-bar helps us know when to divide. Y'all ready for another blast from your past? You ready? Never thought you'd hear this again. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. Does that mean anything to you? Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally is our order of operations. So what do you do first? Multiply or divide? Sally says you do parentheses, exponents, multiply, divide, add, and subtract. Please excuse my dear Aunt Sally. So first you would multiply 8% times 2, or on your basic calculator, you got to say 2 times 8%. Let me move over here, we can have room. So I divided first to get 0.16. I'm sorry, I multiplied first. Sally says multiply first. So then I just divide 4,000 divided by 0.16, and I get principal of $25,000. See, and they told you you'd use this your whole life. You said, I'm never going to see Aunt Sally again. Ta-da. Again, I think the T-bar is helpful when you're asked to solve for principal or rate or time. Simple interest. Again, the lender's asking themselves, what's in it for me? That's all they care about. What's in it for me? Questions on that? The lender also cares about something called the loan to value ratio. The lender wants to know what's the ratio of debt to value of the property. Now, I will talk all about the second bullet in 1 minute. But we got the loan amount. Loan is part of value to give the lender their ratio. The loan amount is your mortgage amount. The loan amount is how much you walk into the bank and you say, give me X amount. That's your loan amount. It's your mortgage amount. It's the amount that you're borrowing. The value of the property, I'm going to talk about in just a second. But the ratio that we get is through the eyes of the lender to help them determine what their loan to value ratio is. So back to our previous example, you're buying a house for $100,000. You're asking for a loan for $90,000. So what is the lender's loan to value ratio? Of the value, how much is the lender giving you? And through their eyes, what they care about, it's a 90% loan to value ratio. If the lender's putting down 90%, then you're putting down 10. The lender doesn't care about, they just care about what's coming out of their pocket, what's in it for them. Value is the sales price or the appraised value, whichever is less. Whichever is less. If I were to ask you on Thursday, what's value? Some of this is the appraised value. No, it's the sales price or the appraised value, whichever is less. So let's say, for example, your home's $100,000 is your purchase price, your sales price, what you go under contract for. The appraisal comes back at $97,000. The lender will base their loan to value ratio on the $97,000. But you're contractually obligated to pay $100,000. So what do? Well, it's not over yet. We can always ask the seller to reduce the price to $97,000. We can ask the seller if we can renegotiate the purchase price. Does the seller have to agree to that? Do they have to agree to reduce to $97,000? No, we can ask. The worst they can say is no. The buyer could also come up with the difference. The buyer could come up with $3,000 from their own funds. Maybe they have the money in the bank. Maybe they have it stuffed in a mattress somewhere. That doesn't work. But somehow they can come up with their own $3,000. What they won't be able to do is borrow that $3,000. They won't be allowed to borrow it because the lender is going, whoa, 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 whoa. I'm already giving you money. Now you tell me you want to borrow more money? And borrowing money from that for that $3,000 difference does include private sources. And borrowing money from private sources, for example, would be like borrowing money from the bank of mom and dad.
So
Mom
Julie,
and dad
I'm sorry.
yes.
But I have a question. And again, this is just so I can kind of get this in my mind. So for instance, in the environment we're in right now where houses
I'm getting ready to
are-
talk about that. I'm getting ready to talk
Okay.
about that. Yep.
Okay.
I'm getting there. Mom and dad could gift the $3,000. Do we understand the difference in borrowing $3,000 and gifting $3,000? Borrowing implies it's got to be paid back. Gift implies it doesn't. If mom and dad want to gift $3,000, the lender will make them sign something that says, this is a gift and I don't expect it not to be paid back. And if mom and dad lie, that's called loan fraud. Okay. So either the seller comes down on the purchase price, the buyer comes up with $3,000, or maybe we can meet somewhere in the middle. Maybe we get the seller to come down to $99,000 and the buyer has $2,000 set aside. So if the home doesn't appraise, it's not over yet. However, if the seller won't budge off the $100,000 sales price and the buyer doesn't have any extra cash laying around, we got to terminate because we don't get loan approval. So if we can come up with that difference, somehow work it out, great. If not, the buyer has to terminate because they only have approval for 90%, excuse me, of the appraised. It's whichever is less. Questions on that part of it, and then I'll talk about this current market. Okay. So what's happening in this current market? Homes are being listed for $100,000. The buyer's coming in. So this is our list price. Buyer's coming in, going under contract, for example, at a lot higher than the list price. Buyers are coming in knowing that the home isn't going to appraise for the list price. They come in underwater. They come in paying more than the home is worth. Buyers in these cases are doing an appraisal waiver, which means they're telling the seller up front, I know it's not going to appraise for $135,000. I'm telling you, I got some money in the bank to pay the difference. They're not going to ask the seller to drop the price. They come in acknowledging that they're paying more and that whatever it appraises for is not going to affect. They got some money in the bank. Sellers need to know that buyers got money in the bank. And what if the buyer lies? What if they don't have $35,000 laying around? That's okay. The seller's got 20 other buyers standing in their front yard with an offer in their hand going, me, pick me, pick me. This is why this market is so competitive. I told you guys about the listing on one of my team members a couple weeks ago, 45 offers on one listing. there are 45 buyers was standing there with a contract in their hand saying, pick me, pick me. And I don't remember how many of them, but the majority of those 45 offers were over asking price. So they came into it knowing that they're buying underwater. They came into it knowing that it's going to take them longer to build equity. We'll talk about equity in Unit 18. I fear, again, my crystal ball, there's got to be repercussions to this market. And I fear when this pendulum starts swinging back and we get out of this market, we're going to see a lot of foreclosures and short sales. I don't think it's going to look like what it did in the housing market crash of 08, 09, which we'll talk about in Unit 15. But I think a consequence of this market is going to be foreclosures and short sales because buyers are paying more than the home is worth. And they know it, but they want the house and they know they have to be competitive to get it.
Julie.
Yeah.
What would you tell your client in a case like this?
Here's the deal, you guys. Everybody has different risk levels. I can't tell my buyer what to do. I can't tell my buyer to pay more than the house is worth. I need to help determine their risk tolerance. How do you feel about jumping on an airplane, draining your savings account, jumping on an airplane and going to Las Vegas? How do you feel about going to Sheetz and buying a $5 scratcher? Everybody has a different level of risk tolerance. And one thing I can do is help advise my clients, what are you willing to lose? Are you willing to go in $35,000 in debt, $35,000 underwater? Are you willing to risk a lot of due diligence? Are you willing to put a lot of earnest money up? See, I can't answer that for my buyers. And that's part of why they have me, is to help them through this process, to help advise them on what to offer.
So
It's cutthroat out there. Yeah.
So would you like, I think that we have to leave our morals out, but
ding, 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 because I'm not the one buying this house, am I?
okay.
I'm gonna bring my morals, but I gotta leave emotion out of it.
Okay. Okay.
I always got morals, come on, but I gotta leave emotion out of it. I don't have I'm not the one buying this house.
So we just
cannot
gotta
look at
bite
you
our
and say,
tongue.
Sandra, this is the offer you're gonna make and you're gonna be happy about it. You're gonna like it, sign here. I can't do that. My job is to advise you, to let you know. And you know what? If you're not willing to do this, if you're not willing to go over, then we need to look at homes that are less expensive. We need to look at $75,000 homes so you can offer 100. You see what I'm saying? If you're not willing to take that kind of risk, then we need to look at different homes. You're still in a risk, absolutely, in this market. Your other option as a buyer is not to buy right now.
So we're really not
really
negotiators.
high rental prices. I'm sorry?
We're not negotiators.
Well, of course we are. But if there's 45 offers on the table, there ain't much negotiations going on.
Okay.
You with me? If the seller can't pick one of those 45, then something's not right somewhere. There's not much negotiation going on when you're considering multiple offers.
I got you.
Every case is different, you guys. These are the challenges of this market. Low inventory, buyers paying more than the home is worth. The next market is going to have a different set of challenges. The market after that is going to have even a different set of challenges. Every market brings its own uniqueness to it. And that's another reason why I always say the only thing consistent in this industry is change. So 25 asked this. So that was what worked out for that transaction. Every transaction is different. Questions on the loan to value ratio. we have something called, or excuse me, the lenders have something called usury laws. Lenders are free to set whatever rate they want. They can charge whatever they want to. They can set whatever interest rate they want to. They can create their own loan product. Usury laws put a ceiling on it. Usury laws say you can charge whatever you want up to this amount. You can charge whatever interest rate you want up to this amount. Usury laws put a ceiling on it. Lenders may also charge discount points. Discount points are prepaid interest. Discount points are prepaid interest. If you're paying discount points at closing, you are prepaying interest. The borrower will charge discount, I'm sorry, the lender will charge discount points, which means the buyer at closing is prepaying interest. Why in the world would a buyer do that? Because it decreases their interest rate. Discount points buy down their interest rate. The lower interest rate you have, the less your monthly payment. So discount points are prepaid interest, and we're getting ready to do the math for this. The benefit to the borrower of prepaying interest is to decrease their interest rate. For the lender, it increases their yield. The lender's yield is their return on the loan, their profit on the loan. A higher yield makes for a more sellable loan on the secondary market. So either the lender looks at the borrower through the loan process and says, if you prepay some interest, I'll give you a lower interest rate. I'll decrease it. So for the next 30 years, your payments will be less because you have a lesser interest rate. Or maybe the borrower looks at the lender and says, let's just say, for example, you were quoted an interest rate of 4%, and you look at the lender and say, isn't there anything else I can do to lower that interest rate? In which case the lender will say, you could buy some discount points. You could have some prepaid interest. It's interest that you're paying up front. It's interest that you're paying at settlement. And in exchange for that, you have a lesser interest rate. Discount point math can be broken up, and there's two different ways to look at discount point math. First is what the amount of the charge will be to the borrower at settlement. How much prepaid interest are you going to pay? If you're buying one discount point, you're paying at settlement 1% of the loan. What's the word of mean in a word problem? Of means multiply. So if you're buying one discount point, take your loan amount times 1%, and that's your prepaid interest. 2 discount points is equal to 2% of the loan. 3 discount points is equal to 3% of the loan. Ever see what we're doing here? 4.5 discount points is equal to 4.5% of the loan. Whatever the discount points are the percentage of the loan amount. Do I have everybody so far? You will see this math again, I promise you. You will see this. How much? In Unit 21, we get to go to closing. And we get to figure out how much does the buyer have to bring to closing. We're going to look at all the buyer's debits and all the buyer's credits. So we'll have to determine the percentage of the loan to include with our buyer's debits, how much they have to bring to closing. Questions on this piece of it. You will see this again, I promise you. See it in Unit 21. The second piece of this you may see on your exam. The question may ask you, what's the borrower's new interest rate? Or what's the lender's new yield? You only have to worry about that if you're specifically asked, what is the borrower's new interest rate? And what is the lender's new yield? So if you have to recalculate the interest rates, we're going to think about pi. And this is really mean to do, 10 minutes to lunch, talking about pi, but here we are. One discount point is equal to 1/8. Or if you have a pie with 8 pieces, one discount point is equal to one piece of pie. Discount point pi is in 8s. 2 discount points would be 2/8. 3 discount points would be 3/8. However many points you're buying is how many pieces of pie you're looking at. Confession time. As much as I enjoy math, I hate fractions. I swear my eyes start twitching a little bit when I see a fraction. And when I see a fraction, the very first thing I want to do is convert it to a decimal. Take 1 divided by 8. I get a decimal of 0.125. Now I have a number I can work with. So I take my fraction, I convert it to a decimal, 1 divided by 8 for 0.125. Let's say you go in to borrow money, you go into the lender, and they quote you a 4% interest rate. When you buy one piece of pie, you buy down your interest rate by 0.125%. So now after you buy that discount point, your new interest rate for the life of your loan is 3.875%. You have bought down your interest rate, and that's what you get for buying 1 point, for buying 1% of the loan. For the lender, it just adds 2. It increases. So now they have a yield of 4.125%. A higher yield makes for a more sellable interest, or for a more sellable loan on the secondary market. One point is equal to 1% of the loan. That's the charge you will see on your exam. Mark my words. We'll see it again in Unit 21. What you get for buying that point is you buy down your interest rate by 1/8. 1/8%. So it increases the lender yield by 1/8%, and it buys down your interest rate by 1/8%. Do not worry about calculating the new interest rate or the yield unless you are specifically asked, what is the borrower's new interest rate? What is the lender's new yield? Questions? Yield is just the lender's rate of return, their profit. I'm going to go back for a second, make sure we're all good. 1 point is equal to 1% of the loan. You're going to see this. 2 points is equal to 2% of the loan. 3 points is equal to 3% of the loan. The problem has got to tell you how many points we're buying. That number of points is equal to that number percentage of the loan. Everybody good on that? In exchange for prepaying that interest, you're decreasing the borrower's interest rate, you're increasing the lender's yield. The only time you need to worry about this is if you're specifically asked, what is the borrower's new interest rate, or what is the lender's new yield? So good news, bad news. I have a problem for us to work together in class, but we don't have time to do it today. So we're going to start Thursday going over the problem to work in class, which gives you guys time to take this in. So that's good. Gives you a minute to take this in. We're going to do a discount point problem. When we come back together, we'll start here on Thursday with discount point. I do want to say one more thing today, though, because I got time. In addition to discount points, the lender will also charge a loan origination fee. The loan origination fee is what the lender charges to originate your brand new loan. This is how the lender makes money. And that loan origination fee is a percentage of the loan amount. The problem has got to tell you the loan origination fee. Is it 1% of the loan amount? Is it 2.5% of the loan amount? The problem will have to tell you. It's a percentage, and the word of means multiply. When you're dealing with the lender, you're only dealing with the loan amount. The lender doesn't care about the purchase price. The lender cares about the loan amount. So you have a purchase price of $265,000. There's 1% origination fee, 1% of the loan amount, and the buyer's obtaining an 80% conventional loan. So if I use my loan to value ratio, I first need to find the loan amount. My value is $265,000, and they're getting 80%. What I'm solving for is my loan amount, because all my math is done of the loan amount. So you take 265,000 times 80% to show you that the lender is giving you a loan, 80%, which is $212,000. The origination fee is of the loan amount. So at settlement, the lender will charge the borrower $2,120, 1% of the loan amount for the loan origination fee. This is above and beyond discount points. It's not uncommon to have, you will have a loan origination fee, but it's not uncommon to have both loan origination fee and discount point. So we'll work discount point math when we come back together on Thursday. Questions on the loan origination fee? Percentage of the loan amount, and they got to tell you what that is. They take the guesswork out of it. But remember, when you see the word of, you know it's 1% of what? Of the loan amount. Multiply the loan amount. Questions?
Yeah, I do have one question. So when you
Sure.
say at settlement, that means like when they write you the loan, you're gonna owe them that 2,000? Uh, okay, and it is not extended over the term. You owe that up front.
That's right. That's part of your, how much does your buyer have to bring to closing?
Okay.
Yep. So Christina, thank you. There's a study group. If you guys want to share that information with Christina, I'm always happy to leave the call open if the study group wants to talk. I know I do have a couple questions from some of you, so I'll stay on the call for a minute. And then I'll leave it open if the study group wants to communicate. Is the loan origination fee negotiable? Usually not. Usually not. The lender says up front, this is how much I'm going to charge you to originate the loan. All lenders can charge different loan origination fees though, but usually it's not negotiable. That is their fee. All right, guys, we're going to finish 14. We're almost done with 14. We do 15, and then we may even get started on 21 on Thursday. So please look ahead. I'm not going to lie, I'm a little concerned when I asked you how many of you looked at unit 14, and I really only saw about 6 hands. So I hope a lot of you looked at it, but just didn't put your hand up. That does concern me a little bit. I'm not going to lie. Please remember to look ahead. Please remember I'm here to help. Please remember, distraction free. We start right at 9. We get 10-minute breaks. Let's finish out this last month strong, because I still got a lot to cover. I know you're overwhelmed, but we still have a lot to cover. So please do what you can do. Let me do what I can do to help. I'm going to stay on and answer questions. Otherwise, you guys have a good afternoon, and I'll see everybody at 9 o'clock sharp on Thursday. 9 a.m. we start. And for those of you that had questions, I am here, and I'm still going to record. So just be careful. We are still recording. So what questions do we have?
I have a question about the discount points. I understand the math of
Okay.
running it, but I'm not sure I understand, like, what would be the benefit of the loan to do that? If they're making their money off of interest through the course of the loan, what would be their point of doing the discount points?
So most loans are sellable. And we'll talk about this when we get into unit 15. Most lenders want to sell their loans. And just because they want to sell them doesn't mean that anybody wants to buy them. So in order to make them sellable, they got to make them look more attractive on the secondary market. And one way they can do that is by having a higher yield. And with discount points, that's what you're doing, is increasing the lender's yield so it looks more attractive on the secondary market. They want it to be sold.
Okay, so it's just going to make it look more attractive if they want to do so. Okay.
Yep.
Okay.
And we'll talk about selling loans as we start unit 15 on Thursday.
That's okay. I don't need you.
Hey, Julie?
Yeah.
If I want to buy and sell something without an agent,
Mhm.
to get the right paperwork all done, do I go through a closing attorney to get the
You
property?
got it.
Okay, they have everything there to handle through them.
Yep. People buy and sell houses every day without a real estate agent.
Right. So
They just have to
work
go
with-
through an attorney to make sure it's, yep, because they don't have access to paperwork, right? They don't have access to the things that, the tools that the agents provide. So they have to pay an attorney to provide that.
Right, okay. Have a good weekend.
You too. No.
What?
Isn't today only Tuesday? Oh my God, what is today?
Oh, it is Tuesday. I'm sorry. I'm
Man, when it
retired.
comes to days, I'm so easily confused.
Me too.
Okay, so I'll see you Thursday. That's what we're gonna say. All right.
Julie,
Yeah.
in our curriculum, will we cover selling our own property?
No,
Oh,
because it's no different, right? You're
can you, but you could represent yourself without any.
absolutely.
Well,
Absolutely.
I got confused because like there would be a conflict if you were to sell your friend's property or something like that? No?
I can sell my own property. I can help my family and friends buy property. It happens every day. My family
Okay.
and friends are my center of influence, right? What I can't do, if I'm selling my own personal property, I can't represent the buyer in that transaction. That's the conflict.
Okay,
Because I should owe that buyer old car. But
Yes.
let's face it, if Julie's name is on the deed, who does Julie care about? So
okay,
that's the conflict. I can't represent the other party in that
Okay.
transaction.
And you wouldn't get commission or
Oh,
would,
heck yeah, I would.
really?
Why would I not?
It just seems weird.
I bought my house in August of 2020. After I closed, I got paid a commission as a buyer's agent. That's the best part of buying the house in August of 2020. So I got paid a commission because I was the buyer's agent. I got to represent us through the transaction.
That's good. Just.
That was really good. Pretty much paid my closing costs. It was nice. I'm not gonna lie. That's the best part of that story.
Julie, one more time on these discount points. Okay, so I'm reading and it says it's the return or the profit on a loan, sometimes called the yield. So help me understand, if I'm gonna pay discount points at closing, let's say that it's 1 point on $100,000. So that's $1,000, right?
Correct?
Okay. When I pay that $1,000 at closing, I'm just buying them decreasing my interest rate. That doesn't come off of principal or anything, right?
That's
I'm just
correct.
buying a
You just
new.
buy down your interest rate. It decreases the borrower's interest rate.
Okay, so how does that look like yield? Is the bank able to show to potentially somebody they're going to sell it, say, oh, well, we've already made $1,000 off of this, right? Am I thinking about that right?
Whomever originates the loan gets to keep that $1,000. That's their cost to originate the loan. So the lender you originate the loan with keeps that $1,000 because they got to pay staff, paperwork, roof, bills, right? They got bills to pay as well. They keep that $1,000. Then they increase their interest rate. They increase their yield and then put the loan for sale on the secondary market with that higher yield.
I think I'm not understanding yield.
It's just rate. It's the lender's rate or their return. And for our purposes, because let's keep it simple, because we are not in lender school, right? So let's keep this simple. For our purposes, it makes for a more sellable loan.
Okay.
The higher
I think
the
I'm just
yield,
going to not understand it because I can't.
I think all you need to understand is it increases the lender's yield by 1/8%. And the reason being is because it makes for a more sellable loan on the secondary market. Maybe when we talk about the secondary market on Thursday, kind of that process of buying and selling loans. But bottom line, that's all it does is it makes for a more sellable product. You know, it's any other product that's for sale. You want it to look good on the market, right?
Right.
So they're just making it look good on the market.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
What makes that look better though? I'm sorry, I'm piggybacking on Mindy's question.
What do you mean?
So if the lender gets the point, you said it increases their yield and it makes their loan more marketable in the secondary market, what about that is more marketable? Why is that one better than another loan that no one's paid a point on?
Because now the secondary market can charge a higher interest rate. They can charge a higher cost when they purchase the loan because they bought it at a higher yield.
They can charge who a higher rate?
Whomever they buy the loan from. Because they have a higher interest rate.
I'm gonna go
whatever
back.
lender they bought the loan from. It's a higher yield, it's a higher return, a higher profit. So they can charge more.
So the way, I have a kind of quick question, or maybe another way to rephrase that, that makes more sense for me.
Please.
If you buy those discount points, it's a smart move as a buyer because over time you're paying a less interest rate. So you're going to pay less in interest, right?
You're gonna pay less, your monthly payment's gonna be less.
Right.
Because you
but
have a
the
lower interest rate.
lender Gets to report that extra 1/8% of interest because they took that down payment from you. So if they were to sell it to another bank, they can say, I yield, or I've received that 4% plus the 8%, which is that 1,000 down or whatever in our example for this loan.
That
So when the
eight,
yield goes
yes.
higher, that's really just if they were to resell it or when they're reporting how much their money they're making off.
That's
of
right. They gotta look good on the books, right? So yeah,
Yeah,
that's
so
right. That's a
how
good
that
way to
makes
think of it.
sense to me.
Yep,
Okay,
thank you.
yeah.
What other questions do we have?
Well, have a good day, Julie,
You
everyone.
too.
All right,
You too. Thank you. We'll see you on Thursday.
okay.
Because today is one of those tough days because ideally they pass the
Julie, do
gymnastics.
you have a question?